people. So there's now goals when I stream. Horabel, hello. How is you? You learned a automized, containerized app orchestration learning curve. No scare me. I know what all those words mean and how to do that, and I agree. Yeah, that's a learning curve. All right, so Twitch chat, you can now officially say hi, YouTube, because the recordings are now running. We are live, doing the thing, playing the game, and also I think Dwarf Redemption should be up. I don't recall turning them off. So we're playing Winterthrone. Who needs a tour? We did lose one of the adventurers yesterday. One of the Warthogmen died. And we're hopefully going to do some big lava shenanigans today. As if there wasn't enough already. But we're doing manufactured big lava shenanigans instead of, natural big lava shenanigans. So, one dwarf got sealed into ice, which was very unfortunate. But this is what we're working on. This is going to be our lava reservoir, which isn't going to tame this volcano nonsense in the slightest, but will allow us to start doing stuff with lava. I love this fucking, obsidian shelf that's started to develop down here. This is so goddamn cool. Actually, I think a dwarf rock because obsidian, not icicle, but because I think became ice and then immediately turned into obsidian from ice. But yeah, I absolutely adore these obsidian shelves that are forming. They just look so cool. And just like these structures of ice, like this is literally like a naturally forming ice cave underneath like a sheets of obsidian. That does actually touch the surface, I think. Yeah, it does. Like, I don't think this is accessible in any way, but my God, it looks cool. Not in the slightest, Metroid. It does when stuff... You'll see this when it happens, but every now and again, it'll get stuck in an infinite loop where it just starts melting, thawing, melting, thawing, melting, thawing, melting, thawing, melting, thawing, and it'll do that for like a couple seconds, and then the frame rate will drop by like 10 or 15. But aside from that, really not at all. Like, it's not that bad. Like, it sounds and seems way worse than it looks way worse than it is. I'll put it that way. We are draining some lava into the fort. If I can find it. It's down here. But this isn't working anywhere near as well as I wanted it to. I kind of thought it would bubble upwards, but it didn't. So because that's kind of a no-go, I'm now setting up this, and we are going to use this as our next route into, hopefully, not seal too many dwarves into lava, but also hopefully start getting lava out of this volcano and into the fort. As for the fort itself, the goal of this fort, we don't really have one, so we need to figure that out. I'm just doing lava shenanigans more than anything, and building a fort around some godly items. But eventually the lava is designed to go into here. It's going to be distributed around throughout the walkways of this fortress to act as in-floor heating. I don't know why there's a giant mole in my fort, but there's a giant mole in my fort. To act as in-floor heating and like water access, as well as cool lighting and atmosphere. And obviously the sources of forges and whatnot. So hopefully I'll be able to make that functional. We need to get stuff into storage, because as you can tell, it's all still just in the front thing. It's too bad you can't make power with magma. It's fine. I'm actually, I would like to make power with magma. I don't want to make power with magma the way we make power with water. If that makes any sense. Like, I know I've had a lot of, there's like, I think it's one of the most requested things that I see in chat pretty consistently, Siloic, which is just like, why can't we use water wheels with lava? It's like, well, I don't want to use water wheels with lava. I want to use something that requires water power to make more power with lava. Does that make sense? Like, I would be super keen to do like, I don't know, like a bituminous coal furnace or something that requires lava. Like, that would be cool. But like, you want geothermal? Yeah, like I wouldn't mind figuring out some way of doing steam power of some sort. Like, I think that would be pretty cool. But personally, I think I can live without power if it's the same format as... If it's in the same format as... I think I should move my squad to over here. If it's in the same format as water power. So just confirming, is this up? If nobody's redeeming dwarves, that's fine. I just want to make sure that's available. It is, in fact, available. Sweet. I can also make this one available, too. All right. The next thing is, let's read through the named dwarves. The named dwarves in the fortress are Baked Leech, Zwari HC, Amethyst, who's Celesty, who made a amethyst amulet, which I think is really funny. Bane is in the fort. We also have Sentak. We have Prime Minister. We have Snail, who also happens to be a snail. Dominok wants a bearded dwarf. Any preference of Gerb, or if you see a dwarf that flies by while I'm doing this, let me know. Darius, Sakamura, and Too Tall Dad. It's behind me, right here. And we have 2 children in the fort now, which is great, because we're making a lot of toys. Build windmills over lava, get geothermal. Yeah, but, like, here's the thing. I would want them... I want a specific building for it, right? I don't want just... Like, they could act like windmills. Like, they could have the same effect as windmills, but I would want a different... I would want it to not be made out of wood. I'd want it to be a specific material that isn't wood, because all of our other power is made of wood. So I would want it to be, like, some sort of metal thing, like made out of metal bars, even. You want the Tavern Keeper? Sure. Tavern Keeper's probably going to become Captain of the Guard, but just a heads up. I'm training their speech skills right now, which is a very important thing to train. And Captain of the Guard trains those by default. So, like, I would want it to... I would want it to be built... Actually, okay, here's a way that I'd be okay with it. Because I'd want it to be, like, a multi-step process. Maybe you could make a turbine or something that is fully submerged in lava, connected to a horizontal either mechanism or... like an axle-type building, maybe a horizontal pipe that connects to a second building, so a total of 3 layers. Like, if they do something with lava power, quote-unquote, I would want it to require a couple of buildings. I would want it to be complicated and silly. He can do both. It becomes a lot if you're talking about making him do both, but... And YouTube chat, if you would like to earn a dwarf, I have a very simple job for you, like the stream. YouTube chat, I want you guys to discuss amongst yourselves and decide who you would like to nominate as somebody in chat who can have a dwarf. Let's see how much togetherness and community building we can do here. So this is Dominok, who is stingy with resources when working on projects, refuses to expend any extra effort. He only gives you, like... He doesn't fill the pint glass all the way up to the top of the pint. He only fills it, like, 70% of the way full. Sup, comfy, brah. I see you in both. He is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He enjoys the company of others, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He tends to be a little he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he is trusting, and he tends to reveal personal information. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he tries to keep things orderly. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he can handle stress. He could be considered rude, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. And he is a hardened individual. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally disdains loyalty and finds blind honesty foolish and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. And he likes fine pewter and red glossier in the words of the Umber Mountain, and when possible prefers to consume a large rat and date wine and absolutely can't stand jumping spouters. He is a member of the Granite Doctrines, which is a religion, and his wife is Onal. This dwarf plays War Thunder? Imagine if there was demon-based power. Well, like put an axle into like the murky pits in the basements. So, I'm not sure who Jeffrey is, But, oh, wait, actually, Jeffrey, if you scroll up in chat. So YouTube chat is nominating Jeffrey. And as a reminder, Tier 2 subscribers here on Twitch can nominate people. If you would like to nominate somebody as a dwarf, today's a good day to do that, because it is the holidays. Let's give Jeffrey a dwarf. We'll go for a happy bearded dwarf who doesn't have a name. Jeffrey the manager. Jeffrey. Welcome to the fort. He is very greedy and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He's probably laundering money into his pockets at this point. Works to spread his natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. He is almost never feels discouraged. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He has a sense of duty, doesn't often feel envious of others, is deeply... he can handle stress, and he tends to... where did I get deeply from? Without delving too deeply into the abstract. That's what I was reading. He can handle stress, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees introspection as important and sees competition as reasonably important. Dreams of mastering a skill like steel, cat's eye, and buzzard tooth. Sheep's wool, leggings, and menacing spikes. Geese for their formation flying, and prefers to consume... What? Chad, correct me if I'm wrong. You can't eat magma crab. Right? Like, it's inedible. It's a rock. Okay, so the simple answer for modding, I know how to mod this game, and I've modded it a lot in the past. I don't feel the vanilla game needs small piecemeal mods at all. I like total overhaul mods for Dwarf Fort, but none of the total overhaul mods I'm particularly fond of have been ported to the current version. So, I've done modding in the past. I know plenty about modding this game, but I don't, because I don't feel that, you know, adding more sprites for plants really changes the game much, or adding more factions really changes the game much. It's still the same game content-wise. It still plays the same. It just changes the descriptions and sprites of things. Cannot be butchered. Yeah, so they're inedible. Huh. Huh. All right. Sorry. Also likes to eat steelhead trout and wine. A plum wine specific. I like plum wine. Chad, have you ever had plum wine? Plum wine's great. Red beans. Okay, so this dwarf's a weeb. Likes plum wine and red beans. Probably likes red bean paste. Can't stand snails. Well, the manager can't stand snails, chat. The manager can't stand snails. Uh-huh. How you like it here, then, in that case? About that. Plum wine is one of the 3 wines you've ever liked. What are the other 2? Well, it doesn't like snails. So, probably okay with the snailman. They probably, you know, honestly, the snailmen probably run the post office. Oh, also very important to point out, over here we have our goose. Our goose who's in prison, who is our Goose. A good old ovarian set of eyes. And she honks very loudly when threats arise. Any questions? Hope not. Okay, cool. I might make more of those. And we also have giant cheetahs. They're quite efficient, actually, at murdering things. Maybe I should move the giant cheetahs over here in case things come out of the caverns, and they'll just shred them. Yeah, we'll do that. Should also go over to here. Let's do this. That'll probably get that moved. We do actually have some bedrooms coming together now. That's one of the last things I worked on, was getting bedrooms up and running, because we're very short on beds, just in general. So we're making beds and getting bedrooms up, because you may have noticed there's some upset dwarves in the fort. It's mostly due to the fact that we are lacking in the bedroom department. We're also lacking in the religious department. So a lot of our temples are not being satisfied because we don't have them. So hopefully today we can get some temples made. The population has gone up quite a bit. We're also going to need to have a some offices made soon, specifically because we're going to get a mayor soon because we're at 55 dwarves, and I'm expecting to start getting attacked soon. Down at the bottom of this, which goes all the way down to here, all the way. Over here we have water, which is where we are getting our water from. And I need to, like, make this seal-offable. Seal-offable? Seal-offable. That's a word, I swear. So I'm actually going to dig around this. I'm presuming they'll just grab whatever. Not worried too much about the types of materials they grab. And then we're going to dig into this. And I'm going to build a long little entry walkway that's going to pop out, like, right over here somewhere. That'll be nice and easy for us to manage and defend. Because I don't really, you know, need thingies to be sneaking in and causing problems for us down here. So that'll be that. That'll get done sooner than later. And for the fortress, we have this infinitely overflowing volcano, which is fun. Because it's very well trained. Do you want to know my headcanon nonsense responses, which is kind of what I just gave you, in regards to the Goose mini monster, or do you want to know, like, the actual mechanical response? Livestock are part of the faction, and when livestock see an enemy, they alert the faction of the enemy. So if if a were creature arrives on the map, then the goose will see the were creature when it's 30 tiles away, and the goose will cause the were creature to de-stealth. So suddenly the threat is now obvious, and in the middle of your line of sight, you can see it, and then, you know, problem is not solved, but, like, now you know it's there, and so you can begin solving the problem. Whereas if I didn't have anything there, it could make it, you know, all the way into my fortress before somebody sees it, which you don't really want to have happen. You kind of want your, if you have them, threats to be spotted before, they're, like, an actual unavoidable threat, if that makes any sense. Sort of like how I'm probably just going to move my barracks to up here and get these dwarves to train over there instead. Move down here. And we're going to work on these bedrooms. You just woke up? Good morning! Chat, do you guys do things on the eve of the holiday, or are you more of on the day of the holiday? Growing up, we did things on both. And as adults now, we still do things on both. It's a little bit less, like, formal these days, now that me and my siblings are all adults, but we're still like an eve and day kind of family, I guess. Can't clip what? Do I need to say it faster? If it's something you can't clip because I said it too quickly, I can try and say it faster. I think I'm going to make this into a temple. Just a non-denominational temple with no visitors, because I don't want visitors. And down here, this one will be a dining hall, I think. Man, it would really suck to sleep right below the extra dining hall. Could also actually make this into a dining hall as well, and then assign the dining hall to that temple. Let's do that instead. So let's make it a dining hall, so that they use it as a dining hall as well. And the Summer of Tremels. I don't like the name of that. Let's come up with a better temple. Let's call it the Temple of... I was going to say Temple of Everything, but I can't because it's not that generic. The Temple of... I don't know. Chat, what should I make this the temple of? You're not capable of clipping today. Is it bust? I'm assuming you've tried refreshing. That's weird. Happy holidays, old school. Sleeping below a dining hall sucks? Why, pray tell? Food falling in through your front trap door and constant stomping and noises, I would guess. Also, hi, Quilted Hearts. I lurked in your stream a little bit the other night. You do family together time on holiday eve, new board. Also, first time chat. I swear that you've been around here before, Quilted Hearts. Did you change your username? Etc. with snacks, and then a few PJs, and then everything else on holiday day and afternoon. Yeah, there you go. Temple of Santa. Well, I don't think I can do Santa, but I could definitely do gifts. Probably. The Temple of Gifting! That works. We'll go with that. I could probably put a statue of a tree. You know, maybe I should do that. I should make statues of trees. Let's do rock, statue. Specify image. Specify new image. Tree! You know, I'm gonna say fungi wood trees. Purely because that's dwarfy. And I think, I don't think it's gonna have the sprite of a fungi wood. But I'm gonna do that. Why not a wooden statue of trees? Not to be weird, but like, I know that there's a wood stockpile right there, but do you see much wood on this map? You know, there's so much wood that, like, we definitely could make a wood statue. No, totally. Yeah, absolutely. All the excuses. Well, I mean, I could go down to the caverns and get wood, but it wouldn't be very wood looking, you know? We need a better goal for this fort. That's something we gotta figure out. Would it, though? Would it not? I don't know. You're digging channels. Where are you digging channels? Oh, I see. Up here. Right. I totally forgot about this. Whoop. Because we are trying to get this water out of here less dangerously. Turns out, very danger. Very danger to do this. Turns out. Surprise. So probably what we're going to do is I'm probably going to dig out this. Up here. And then see if we can dig down. Make the Warden of Ice. I don't know what that means. Could you elaborate, please? Well, my population didn't go down, so nobody died, but that did just immediately become a brick of ice. Why do dwarves like axes? Do they like axes, or do people who play games with dwarves in them claim that dwarves like axes? I think it's because Gimli had an axe, and thus the stereotype was born. That's my theory. I don't think that dwarves necessarily like axes. I think specifically, famous dwarves from human lore about dwarves give dwarves axes, and thus people associate axes with dwarves. I prefer hummus, but you know, you can like hammers if you want, plump. Or plum OP. Plum on B! Why do I pronounce fungi with a European accent? Chat, do I pronounce fungi with a European accent? I say fungi the way I've always said fungi. So, I don't know. Wait, you associate them with picks? I associate them with industry. Well, I'm not going to say fungi. I'm trying to think how else you would pronounce the word fungi. It's just always been fungi. I think it's because you have a strange person in YouTube chat. I think it's just because you have a strange concept of what a European accent sounds like. Because I can assure you, very much not European. Dwarves are industrious and smiths and legends, so they used hammers more. You know, honestly, the thing that I how do I word this? The thing that I associate the most with dwarves is just anvils, like blacksmithing, right? Not necessarily axes, just blacksmithing. No, you say it like fungi. I say it like fungi. Which of the 24 official languages of the EU would you be referring to? That's exactly kind of what I'm thinking. It's like, I'm from Western Canada. I say it the way, like, that one guy who taught me a lot about mushrooms in Scouts said it. And the times I went foraging for mushrooms, said, like, how everybody pronounced it. The way my parents pronounce it. So I don't know. I'm from Western Canada. It's fun. It's funky. It's always been that way. Yeah. Schedule. Tomato, tomato. Potato, potato. Wolf and woof. They used hammers and forged magical swords. Depending on which lore you're listening to. The magical mithril. What is that? Large point cut citrine. Oh, that's cool. But yeah, the biggest priority I think for this right now is to just get shit sorted out, because this fort is not very well sorted. Well, seeds and nuts into paste. Which one will they do if I do that? I'm curious what we have that can be milled right now. We can disassemble the wagon for wooden statues. Then I'd have to disassemble the wagon. That would be a crime against the wagon. Yeah, we'll just mill all these rock nuts. Get dirt done. Norwegian lore. Yeah, it's really interesting how stories like that, or where stories like that come from. Wagons? I kind of want to leave it there as like a statue to whence we came. I don't know. It kind of feels wrong to deconstruct the wagon. I don't know, but maybe I'm just weird, but I do kind of feel like it's wrong to deconstruct the wagon. Make a statue of the wagon. You make a statue of your own wagon, and I will leave my wagon fully intact and happy. Okay? Wagons are an endangered species and deserve to be treated properly. I'm only half joking about the endangered species part. Okay, so once these get constructed, then we'll get all that stuff plopped in. All right, how many bedrooms do I need to make? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I need to do another patch like this. So we'll queue that up in a little bit. In fact, what I think I'm going to do... trying to think. I think I'm going to do it this way.
Mary Dwarf Miss Blind in chat.
Mary Dwarf Miss, that's a first for today. Eurist, thank you very much for the 18th or 19th month. I can read. Thanks for the 19th month. Thanks for continuing to stick with the stream and continuing to watch the channel. Appreciate you greatly. It means a lot. Seriously. It's a long time to stick around and continue watching the channel. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Eurist? It's not every day you get to, you know, pour out a round of beers for Eurist. I mean, come on. The true hero of Dwarf kind. Or a dwarf of all time. Either or. I see what I did wrong here. You need to go back to here. It's like, this seems off. Couldn't quite figure out why, but... And then what I'm going to do is, around these corners, it's also because I'm doing this at like a different angle, so I have to like cock my head this way to look at it, which doesn't help. Then around these corners, which should be like right about there, I'll do the stairs, which will go down a level and make up the basement bedrooms. Which would be this fort's equivalent of cheap rent, I would say. Although I kind of don't like the way that connects because of these rooms right here. Guess I could dig that out there, but that also kind of doesn't look great. So what I guess I'm going to do is I'm just going to widen this. And then just run up this way. And then we'll just fill that in with a wall. Yeah, we can do that. That's fine. I don't really have an end goal for this fortress, because I kind of completed the first goal, and that's something that like was just brought up in the Twitch chat here, but something that or in the YouTube chat here, but I think that that's something that we need to kind of discuss and figure out for today, because I want to have an end goal for this fort. I just currently don't have one, which doesn't mean that, you know, we can't come up with one. I would like to come up with one. It's just a matter of what is it, if that makes any sense. Is that a dinner or a library in the middle? There's no libraries in this fort, but a library in the middle of these would not be a bad idea, actually. Now this is a dining room, and this is a temple. One of these is a temple. Did I not make this one into a temple? Yeah, so this one's a temple, and then this one is going to be connected to the same temple. But the upper one is primarily just a dining hall. Something in the shape of a Christmas tree? I'm trying to think, like, what would be a less of a Christmas iconography goal, you know? Because I'll be honest with you, I tolerate Christmas. I'm not a fan of Christmas, if that makes any sense. It's a holiday that I participate in because I'm socially obliged to, but it's not a holiday that I enjoy personally. Snowflake's a very... I need to, like, get a stencil or something for a snowflake. But that's also, like... I mean, that's a construction project. We can totally do some sort of, like, lava winter-themed construction project. That's cool. But that's not really an end goal, if that makes any sense. Like, I think my attitude towards Christmas is, like, reject a lot of the things that are expected of Christmas and take advantage of the portions of Christmas that are good. That's my kind of... So people were asking earlier if the lava hurts the frame rate. Well, it does when it does this. When it does that, that hurts the frame rate. When it just starts going brrrr, rapid fire, just like every couple seconds, freezing and thawing, freezing, thawing, freezing, thawing, freezing, thawing, that's when it hurts the frame rate. When it's not doing that, it's fine. Doesn't feel anything after seeing a dog's dead body. Yeah. I love the fact that only one of my miners is actually mining stuff currently. Let's just get more of the mining things. Gather this has been dug through, so you can go all the way over there and keep working your way through this. Oh, I've had many dwarves die of old age. If you have a dwarf that randomly shows up dead on the 1st of spring, they died of old age. It happens kind of all the time in my forts. The rest are drunk? No, they're off doing other tasks. Well, I mean, dwarves are always drunk all the time. Forever, but there's just other tasks that I need my miners doing, so they were, you know, one of them was brewing alcohol, the other one was hauling something, so now they're just specifically doing mining tasks. So that'll get things done a lot quicker. A lot quicker. This one over here is putting away clothing. We're also going to need to get a clothing industry up and running pretty soon. So I'm actually going to queue something up, which is process plants. And I'm just going to set this to 10. And this is going to be just an infinitely repeating job. Whenever there's 10 available processable plants, process them. That's just going to be for pigtails, which are not in season right now, but there's a live pigtail right there, so I will just go harvest that. But when they're in season again, which will be in the summer, I need to queue up more growing, so let's also do that. Snailmen. Yeah, we have 4 snailmen, and they are not mailmen. They are snailmen. They are adventurers who joined the fort early on, which was the original goal of this fort, was to build a fortress around some godlike items. I now have 3 godlike items in this fortress, made out of primordial cloud stuff. One which is equipped by this dwarf, and their item is a primordial cloud stuff earring. And the primordial cloud stuff earring gives them force push, I think. So I need to witness that in action. So we have to go to war in this fort. That is something that's kind of a given as far as I'm concerned. But aside from going to war, we must find more side projects, I guess, for this fort. I like the idea of building a winter-themed mural of some sort, which I could give myself today and tomorrow to finish. So I don't think so, Jasper, because you can only raid for named items. Now, if we look just south of us, there's this mysterious lair of Werin Knights. We Ren Knights? Were Knights, sure. And they have primordial cloud stuff, so that I could probably raid for. I'm thinking about actually raiding for primordial cloud stuff, because that probably wouldn't be too difficult. Obviously, I need to get armor and stuff. I need to get my squads properly trained, which will take a bit. But if you find the mysterious dungeons, which are one of the buildings that... These things. The mysterious dungeons. These are where the items begin to show up. And same with the palaces. I think the palaces have the weapons and the dungeons have the items. I did rob this one. But as you can see, there's no items listed there. If I go up to another one, which I didn't raid, like this one, Dank Dreamy, it's me on a Friday, Dank Dreamy, which is also a dungeon, it has no named items in it. So because they have no named items, I doubt it. I haven't scrolled through this entire list, but I also presume that there's no primordial cloud stuff in that list. So I'm thinking about trying to steal some primordial cloud stuff and just putting it on pedestals. Maybe the goal would just be holding as much primordial cloud stuff as possible. I love how silly. I like that we got the silly name for the primordial cloud stuff. Yeah, I mean, that could be a goal. We could do that, and we just need to set a number, right? Although I'm not entirely certain I can actually steal it yet. I'm presuming I can, because of, like, just knowledge of how game work. But I'm not entirely positive that we can do that. I kind of want to... I was initially thinking maybe let's turn the snail people into nobles for the faction, but because we got the capital bug, where when I started the fort, it just immediately became the capital, I'm kind of not super hopeful that that will be an option to us. But, you know, it is what it is. We're just going to do prepared meals and drinks. For that. Probably going to be happy about the dining room, too. Let's see. Curious about if this dwarf is going to get happy thoughts after this. Okay, doesn't think anything about the quality of said dining room, but hey, it's better than nothing. More bedrooms are getting worked on, which is good. More bedrooms, one piece at a time. 10 million? Wouldn't it be 1 million primordial cloud stuffs? It does kind of sound like a bit from one of those movies, doesn't it? Well, I'll tell you this. First project is simply get lava into the place with the stuff and the things. So we're going to work on that first. Second project is acquire primordial cloud stuff. I guess. That'll work. That's terrifying, man. The problem is this bloody lava keeps on lightly spilling over and then causing stuff to, like, just immediately turn to obsidian, which is mildly terrifying. You like the snowflake motifs? These weren't initially supposed to look like snowflakes. I just wanted to make little cul-de-sacs with, like, dining rooms in the middle, but now that, like, people have mentioned it a couple times, they do kind of look like snowflakes. I think they look more like snowflakes up on the overworld. Oh yeah, also, this is where we put our coffins. This is going to have lava all the way to the end of it. I'm going to try and make this thing look cool. So, fingers crossed. Also, this is going to have lava in it eventually. One thing at a time, but we'll eventually have lava in it. I may have to use pumps to get lava up into this area, but, you know, it'll be cool. Chat room investments are open in the Twitch chat if you care. A good fort to springboard adventure mode stuff in. That's, like, I guess the side goal for this is, like, big adventure mode hub, I guess. Hub zone for adventure mode, to a degree. And Zemo dear, happy holidays. Also, hello, Bob Tron. It's weird to watch how differently my playstyle is from yours in Prog and YouTube chat. I think, like, that's the beauty of watching Dwarf Fortress, because I get that too, you know? If I go watch somebody play Dwarf Fortress, that's how I feel, is, wow, this is wildly different from the way I play. If I look at screenshots of things people have built, it's, again, same thing. Like, I think that's why I've been such a stalwart believer, I guess, in Dwarf Fortress as a game to be streamed to an audience, because I genuinely believe that this is a very widely varied game in its visuals, in its aesthetics, in its presentation and the way it can be played, which leads to it being a very varied, interesting viewing experience. Personally. I mean, what do you think, chat? Like, that's just me pulling something from the YouTube chat, but Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dwarven child fighting with the cave crocodile. It's not named, so that's good. I may need to make some weapon traps down here. Celestia up here is injured. Oh no! Well, we lost a dwarf. Rest in peace to Asob. And Celestia desperately needs help. Meanwhile, we have my axe dwarf up here who's just hacking this thing to death. Seemed to do a pretty effective job with it. I mean, hacked it in the head with his copper battle axe, which tore the muscle. And I'm presuming Celestia's getting rescued. Kind of sad that Jasper didn't get into the fighting, but maybe I should move the military to right here until I have something better. I think that's what we're gonna do. Let's just set them to training. Okay, Asob's been found dead. Let's jump over to here, and then I'll get caught up on chat. See who's going to hospital. Probably a few dwarves, if I had to bet. Damn, nice win, Stone. Ben Gorgon says, I've been watching a lot of Dwarf Fortress streamers and everyone plays it differently. I watch more than I have playing, than I have been playing, waiting for Adventure Mode build to release. I'm very curious to see how well Adventure Mode does. Like, how many people come back to the game is what I'm curious to see. Like, it's going to be a really interesting week, I guess, when that hits. Like, really interesting, so... Very, very, very curious about that. That poor dwarf. Let's do rock mechanisms. Let's do them out of... Ooh. Don't have enough obsidian, but let's do them out of granite. Or gabbro, not granite. I also need to hotkey things. And I really need to get lava in here so we can get a glassworks industry up and running. That's the thing that I really, 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 really need. Like, really need. You know, maybe what I'll do, actually, is I'll go across here. And just fill it up to here and use this as a, like a workshop area. Because this wouldn't be a bad forge location. Where are you headed? You digging channels? Music instruments factory? Ooh. I'd have to look. I have no idea what the music instruments even are in this world. I very rarely do that. That would be something out of the ordinary for me. That would certainly be something out of the ordinary for me. As in, it's not something I normally do. Meanwhile, most of them are digging out this. This is also all gabbro. Did we not make any granite? I thought I just queued that up. I guess they did. Let's also make a... What material were those coffins? Gabbro coffins. I'll just queue up 10. Rock coffin. gabbro. And also I'm going to go up to here. Plop another floor piece up here. Let's just do basalt around this. And I will throw in the one tombstone that I have, because I definitely engraved the tombstone, I think. Yeah, not memorialized slab engraved for Neil Kadak. Do you know what rocks can be used for metal? Off by heart? No. But go to labor and go to stone use and scroll down. It's got a list of everything. I mean, they're not really rocks. It's like alloys. Unless like your question is like dolomite, calcite, like what is the flux stones? But this list will list everything for you. DFHack has that. I don't use it personally because as much as like I feel like it would be nice to have, I would rather keep saying that it would be nice to have until we have it officially instead of using like a third-party tool to make it happen. Yeah, specifying the type of rock in the work orders menu is huge. Clicking on this. It's just the magnifying glass over here. Gives you a lot of fun powers. A lot of fun powers. Okay, so let's just go down to the caves again. Specifically right here. And I'm going to do weapon traps here. We'll just do 2 of them. Those will be the last ditch effort. Although maybe I should put them further up. Yeah, let's put them further up. That should be, you know, enough to deal with the cave crocodiles and such. And we won't have to have these dwarves training down here for too long. Q and green tea! Okay, first off, thank you for the 6 months in advance. And thanks for the 23 months all in all. Happy holidays. Checking to get a big round of beers for our good friend here. Helping keep this channel alive. 1 subscription at a time. Goes a long way. Thank you much. Okay, so up here. And let's go here, and here, and then just plop in a bedroom real quick. Just to get more of these dwarves happier-ish. Happier-ish. You know, we could also do guild halls in the middles of these. Panicked after being attacked. Who's the most upset dwarf in the fort? We've got one. Ads are coming in soon. When they start, I will pause the game. Okay, so it's literally you, because you got attacked. I'm just going to take you off of all labor. Like, just take a break, dwarf. You want to learn something, be extravagant. You want excitement. You want to acquire objects. Yeah, just take a break. The initial setup period for a lot of these forts is tough on these dwarves sometimes. I kind of don't blame them. Honestly. Kind of don't. Giant cheetahs, actually. And these are giant cheetah cubs. We also have giant adult cheetahs. But they're not war trainable, but they are hostile to things that are hostile to you, so they'll fight for you. Which makes them pretty effective little guard dogs. I think they're kind of cute. Hard part about this is going to just be getting rid of... Ooh, actually, I know what I should do. channel down through this and let this lava out. And then channel down through up here and then try and let them in from the top. That or just use pumps. That would require me making pumps, and I don't really want to do that if I can avoid it. Bearded, please. Ben, are you in an ad? If you are not, I will name your dwarf. Otherwise, I will wait for the ad to finish. Moose, it's also good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Your like still only counts as one. Such is life. But they love amateur warring. I mean, that's just most cats, right? I mean, find me a cat that isn't actively at war with its owner. I mean, seriously, like, aren't all cats just casually at war with their ownership, just at all times? I feel like that's just kind of a fact of cat, you know? Cats are the cutest murder monsters. Maybe not the cutest, but they're up there. Since I'm moving further away, I've been plotting how I can crash on a friend's sofa so that I can still go to concerts out here locally. And what the fuck just happened? Happy holidays, Jaeger. Hold on. I just need to hype train that. Come on, did it go through? Maybe. I think I missed it. Fuck, I missed it. I tried. Can somebody prime sub or something and make that into a hype train? Please? I want to know what level that goes to. So for those of you who didn't see that, Lil Jaeger gifted 100 subscriptions, and then Valorant, which is the promotion thing that's going on, gifted 52? Holy shitballs.
Purist Games cheered. X100. 'Twas the night before Dwarfmas, and all through the fort not a creature was stirring, not even a Gorlick. The pigtail fiber stockings were strewn about the dining hall with care, in the hope that Saint Eurist would soon be there. The children were playing make-believe in the corpse pile, while
Children were playing make-believe in the corpse pile, while visions of plump helmets danced in their heads. When deep in the minds arose such clutter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away the caverns I flew like a flash. I threw the drawbridge and avoided the amazingly zombifying ash.
X100. I threw open the drawbridge.
Queuing green tea, thanks for a gift.
Zombifying ash. What to my
Somehow,
wonder
Bastet, yes.
Here, but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer with a little bearded driver, so lively and purist. I knew in a moment it must be Saint Eurist. Now Daco. Eurist Games cheered. X100. Happy Dwarfmas to all, and to all a good night.
It must have been Saint Eurist. Now Datan, now Rakus, now Vutok, now Katan, now Cyril, and Dastot. Return to the top of the porch of the top now. Dash away, dash away, dash away all. And I heard them exclaim, and he drove them out of sight. Happy Dwarfmas to all, and to all a good night. And Devil Dawn, thanks for the 10-pack. Hangman, thanks for the 5-pack. And Infern Dragon, thanks for the gift. So that's a level 11 hype train. I have no words. That's it. Dodge Master Workman. It's the snail shell, Snail. I'm telling you. It's you and Bastet. You and Bastet somehow managed to just, like, magically dodge those. Now to lurk on the YouTube. Hey, enjoy the lurks, mate. Enjoy the lurks. Like, holy shit. Hot damn. So, I'm not trying to challenge anybody, I swear, but it only needs another 43 gift subs to level up. Or 43 subscriptions to level up again. Or $201. Or, no, $210. $213 in bits. I can read. If people didn't specifically give you gift subs, you'd be in that boat too. It's possible. Yeah, like, holy shit. Well then. School of Theox, thank you very much for an additional 5. Remember, chat, don't do things you can't afford. It's okay, YouTube. Think about it this way. If you prefer YouTube and don't watch on Twitch, that's okay. Just know that the content that you like exists because of Twitch. I wouldn't have ever made it this far if it wasn't for Twitch. And YouTube still can't cover my bills. Even though it does way better than it did a few years ago. I recognize your name. Thanks for the lurks, mate. But that's nutty, man. You're just giggling. Meanwhile, like, little Jaeger's just sitting in the corner going, yes, yes, excellent. Dominoc, thanks for the 5-pack. That certainly is nuts. Chestnuts, even. Maybe walnuts? I don't know. Although chestnuts smoking on an open fire is the holiday thing, right?
Varinothris cheered. X100.
This is nuts, roasting on an open fire. Yeah, or roasting on an open volcano, probably. Be more thematic, right? You know, actually, I kind of sometimes just sit there and awkwardly go, ha! Elmiran, gifted a sub to Bastet. There you go. Minute and 30 seconds left on this nonsense hype train. Which also, by the way, fancy permanent emotes available because it's level 10 plus, so bleed purple HD for people who care. Niall. Leth, thank you very much for the 19th month and the Zoom. Welcome back. Oh no, that's not the thing I want to have hotkeyed. 1 minute left on this nonsense hype train. Thank you so much for the absurdity.
Varinothris cheered. X400. Chestnuts roasting on an open lava channel? Yum.
A melting snowman, yes. It was definitely a good emote for this feeling. What was I doing? I was playing this video game, wasn't I? Allegedly. Let's just follow a dwarf. Something. Hello, Laya. Nutty hype train. If anybody's gonna do anything like money related, do it now so that you get the hype train emotes. It's worth it. Trust me. You're not gonna get those very often. So use them while you can. Gonna go make some dinner. Enjoy your din-dins. 188 subscriptions and 800 bits. Do I even have this emote yet? Yeah, I do.
Merry Christmas.
I had to manually type it in because it didn't want to autocomplete. Fallout! Thanks for the 10th month. Welcome back, mate. What a jolly day. Yeah, no kidding. Shoutouts to Lil Jaeger for the insanity. This is another thing I was doing. Just double checking that this dwarf's gonna get put away. Are we in the daily minimum? I I wasn't going to complain about it because we kind of, like, nuked it yesterday. So, but do you want a percentage over? Hold on. 6 times. Guipa, thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Enjoy the beer emotes and the ad-free viewing. One could say that they are cheetahs. LDM. Because they're, you know, cheetah-ing nature. Cheetah-ing? Orc with a bow, thanks for the additional 5-pack. Appreciate you, mate. Don't cheetah me? Well, as long as you don't Cheeto me. Cheetah-ing me's fine. Just a smidgen over. You're getting up to eat. The problem is, I need to make more clothing. You've been through hospital. You need a crutch. But we really need to get a clothing industry up and running is the issue. I just currently don't have any real clothing industry. Although we are getting some silk cloths, so maybe what I should do is just make, like, trousers. Silk. Trousers. And silk dress, maybe? Silk shoe. Let's just do 3. 3. And 3. Because we are starting to get, like, signs of clothing that's damaged. You here. I don't think there's anything I can process. Oh, no, there is. We'll process whatever we can process. Because we are collecting webs. This fort's awesome. I mean, the silk cloth is very nice silk. It will make for good clothing. Be high quality fancy pants. I could also just start up a glass industry right here. Wouldn't be too bad. It's not the coolest looking glass industry, but we'll just do that. It's kind of far and out of the way, but it's the closest lava that's secluded that we need. What do I need glass for? I need to power some pumps. Or I need some pumps, and glass is lava safe. Because I need some pumps to pump some lava. Because I want to pump some lava out of here, up here, down into here. And pumps are safer than doing it other ways. So I'm thinking about just doing it that way. There we go. Get that filled out. Then go here and then just go furnaces and then go glass furnace. It's blocked. Make it a little bigger. Can you... What? Can you live from Dwarf Fortress in the YouTube? Can you live from YouTube and Twitch with Dwarf Fortress stuff? Can you live? Do you mean, like, do I pay my living? Yes, this is my full-time job. Nihilith, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Making our friend Valerie gift an additional handful of subscriptions. At this rate, Valorant may actually pass Lil Jaeger's gift subs for the week. But yes, I very much do make a living doing this. Cheers, Jeffrey. Have a good afternoon. Yeah, I'm kind of just, I don't even know what to say right now. when sub bombs that large happen, I'm just like, I'm lost. I don't even know what to say. So this guy's picking up equipment, but also starving. I'm not sure why. It's like he's stuck walking. He doesn't have any wounds or injuries. I'm also not positive what he's going to go pick up or why he's starving. I'm just going to DF hack full heal this guy because I'm not sure what is up with this, but I'm worried these guys are going to starve to death because I think they're stuck walking. It's like the opposite of that one adventure we had once that was stuck sprinting, which was amazing, but like not great for a multitude of reasons. Oh, wait, that's just a normal glass furnace. I need a magma glass furnace. There we go. No, I have a brain and I remember things. I keep a list, but not in a notepad or a journal. I have a journal, but not for that kind of stuff. Oi. There's a leaf blower outside. Shout out to the building caretaker who's working on a holiday. I mean, the thing is, like, there isn't that many, like, things that are ideas for forts that I need to do, I would say. So it's mostly a that kind of thing. Green glass tubing, or no, green glass tubing, green glass corkscrew. So there really isn't that many ideas, right? And a lot of the ideas that I would do are already like chronicled on the Dwarf Fortress wiki. So mostly because of that, it's like, well, it's kind of difficult for me to just be like, well, I need to do this, or I'm going to do this, because it's like, stuff's going to get done eventually. So, you know. I think I'm just going to remove drink from this and just keep this as a plant stockpile and just move the drink down here. Just move drink down here. How are you cooking the gyoza? Baking it? Pan frying it? Deep frying it? So, I need to name Ben Gorgon, but then nonsense happened. Ben Gorgon, what kind of dwarf would you like? There was an ad break when you redeemed your dwarf, and then absurdity happened, and all hell broke loose. So, you just want somebody with a beard. Do you have any job preference outside of beard? Any bearded one is fine? Okay. Let's go with this furnace operator then. Ben Gorgon. See, I would prefer Ben Gorg stay, but, you know. Seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, has a low sense of self-esteem. Prefers... he forms strong emotional bonds with others and I can't even read properly. At times to his detriment, he is inattentive to detail in his own work. He does not go out of his way to help others. He is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He doesn't handle stress well, and he always takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he is getting used to tragedy. He dreams of mastering a skill. I could put this dwarf in the military. This dwarf would do well in the military. He personally believes that truth is unavoidable, regardless of the cost, and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, finds leisure time wasteful, and dreams of mastering a skill. I like silver, lavender, jade, and pigs for their snorts, and the sound of the play of sisters and when possible prefers to consume bluefish, blood amaranth beer, and goat's milk, and garlic bulbs, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. He has a very long beard, which is neatly combed. He's married and has 2 kids. And he's a member of the denomination of luxury. Yeah, he hates the cute spiders. You know, generally I find that spider haters do not discriminate between types of spiders. It's just like a blanket, I hate spiders. While I don't agree with it, they are still very all-encompassing. Oh, just noticed that 2 of these are small. I guess one of the snail people must have made it. I like jumping spiders. They're adorable. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really hate any spiders, to be honest with you. I think spiders in general are cute. Well, that's cool. Finally, that's happening. So, Baked Leech wishes to join. Finally, Baked Leech is one of my snails. This one specifically. Satisfied after being granted citizenship. Now properly can participate in the fortress. I can't wait till we can make a snail squad. And there's sand. So people always ask about sand. It's like, how do you stop like moss from getting on sand? Just use the walls. Because walls work just fine for sand. Although I'm not going to use the outside wall because then they may go outside to go do it, which I don't really want them doing. Yeah, just use walls. Those will work just fine. Well, official member of the faction now. Because they're now a citizen of the Knowing Theater. Now let's see up here. Okay, so we're just waiting on that. What's the manager up to? Making rock blocks. All right, well, I don't really need you doing that. You're up here trying to attend a meeting. It's tough. Sand be like, I'm in your walls? I mean, sand is the walls, more like. Squirm squad. Slime squad! I'll hail the slime. I'll hail the holy slurp. So this right here. I'm not gonna say it's the problem zone, but like it's this ice that's gonna cause me problems. Because I need to dig through this carefully. But turns out digging through this is gonna be kind of a pain. I'm trying to see like how can I do this? Because this is just going to start doing this constantly and, like, trying to drain itself. But I'm going to need to dig through this. So I have to wait for this to finish bubbling over. And then dig into here, which is going to be difficult to complete properly. But we'll try. We will try. Although this only really needs to be gabbro covered up to there. And then this along here just needs to be a wall. I tolerate this holiday. I I don't dislike this holiday. It's not my favorite holiday. That's my take on the holiday known as Christmas. Zoe. I celebrate it because my family celebrates it. I prefer Thanksgiving. If I were to like select a silly corporate holiday, I would prefer I would take Thanksgiving, purely because Thanksgiving is just an excuse to hang out with family without the social obligations of buying shit for people. But I've found ways that make it a pleasant holiday for myself. But thank you. So back at you. Okay, well that sort of works. I was gonna say, did that dwarf just immediately like unexist himself? And no, he didn't. He just went up a layer. It looked like he did for a second there. So I'm just trying to replace all of this with flooring. And then also replace the above area up here with flooring. Because then it won't, like, turn into ice blocks like this constantly. I could also, instead of building these into wall pieces, build across here and then use this upper layer up here to dig down. Okay, well, you're mostly gone now. Is this yesterday's fort? This is the same fort as yesterday, yes. Although, this is going to be the same. We're going to be playing this fort for a while, I think. This is the next, like, bigger project fort, I guess. Fun fact, constructed ice floors are not going to get melted by lava. Or don't get melted by lava, I guess is probably what I should be saying. That ice puddle right there is very dangerous. Okay, so that wall right there. Fill in with gabbro. Ice floor is fine. Yeah, let's not build this wall at the end here. I will just flooring this up all the way out to there once this is all done. Floors and walls stop ice formation. If you remove the ice that can be melted and turned into water that can then become ice, yes. But as you may have noticed, a bunch of stuff just froze up here, and then water fell down into there. But as long as these walls are removed and are no longer walls, because now there's, a bunch of walls here. Once these walls are removed and there's no longer ice there and it's all sealed up with water or stuff that prevents the water from getting in, then yes, it will no longer melt and become dangerous self-reforming walls. You really like the look of ice walls? I like them too, I just wish they were less of a pain in the ass to make. Okay, you know what? You're just going to not be a miner. I'm just going to give you a new task because you're just a problem. You move too slowly. I mean, I will say, lava is one of the best self-cleaning devices a fortress could have in it. So. It is one of the best. Truly. And now I'm making some pumps down there. See, another piece just appeared there. Tisk. Who's ready for a Forgotten Beast, chat? I don't really have a goal for this fort. I've been kind of poking for one. but it's mostly just big lava shenanigans with an eternally erupting volcano. And maybe make something that's holiday-esque out of lava. But, like, as far as overarching world goals, I'll be honest right now, I'm just treading water and waiting for adventure mode to release. So. Or is the lava on the left of volcano? It's a volcano. It's absolutely a volcano and it's eternally erupting. Yeah. I mean, that's just a given, right? Like, that's just playing Dwarf Fortress, Stromako Penguin. So we'll get there. Like, yeah, that'll happen eventually. They appear on a dwarf. So if they're brown triangles, it means that they are lying down. Dwarves have to indicate that they are lying down, and brown has been the signifier as long as Dwarf Fort's been around of lying down. The little tiny triangles that appear at the bottom indicate that a dwarf is lying down. Which makes it very easy to spot who's got a leg injury in your military. If they're just walking around with the little triangles, it means that they're crawling, which means they probably have some sort of nerve damage or spinal cord injury or something. Can you drain a volcano and put a waterfall inside of the empty volcano hole? Not in this map, because it would freeze. All water would freeze instantly upon not touching something that is heating it up enough to stop freezing. So, can't do that on this map, no. Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure out something. I've just been kind of winging it with this particular fort. The last few forts I kind of had goals going into, and I'm kind of burnt right now. I'm mostly just, like I said earlier, treading water and waiting for... What the fuck do you have on your head? Okay, then. One of my other... I think snails? One of my other adventurers wants to join, who's 404. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I went into the last couple forts with pretty big overarching goals and didn't really achieve any of them. And so I kind of went into this one pretty open because, like, the goals for this fort we've already finished, which was I wanted to start this fort with adventurers, and I've done that now. And so now it's like maybe, like, the thing that's been thrown around a couple times that I don't dislike the idea of is just trying to collect as much primordial cloud stuff as possible, which is the godlike material, which I think I can raid for, but I'm not certain I can raid for it because I haven't. I haven't raided for it, so I'm not certain you can. I'm presuming you can because it seems like you would be able to. But there's been some oddities, like this fortress started off with an adventurer who was a chosen, but for some reason the chosen just travels away immediately upon starting the fort. So I can't get them to stay in this fortress, and because I can't get them to stay in this fortress, they might as well not be in the fortress to begin with. So there's that's a little bit weird. And there's enough, like, oddities. Right now, it's like I'm kind of uncertain as to whether or not I can set goals around the new magic items and adventure mode mechanics without being certain that they'll actually function the way I expect them to. So, I don't... Does that make any sense, chat? I'm trying to, like, verbalize, I guess, the worry, concerns, the possible concerns of building a fort entirely around the new adventure mode mechanics. But that being said, there is plenty of stuff we can probably still do with the new adventure mode mechanics that don't, you know, equal just raiding for things, so. I have a question. What do those, Is it really only... There's no way that the height indicators are only in the beta branch. Chat, are the standing up and lying down indicators only in the beta branch? There's no way they haven't moved that to the main branch yet, is there? You guys, is that serious? Have they really not done that? That's nuts if they haven't. The way you started a fort of adventurers was to I made this fort, I immediately retired it, and then took a crew of pre-prepared adventurers and walked them here with items. And because the chosen adventurer kept disappearing up when I reclaimed this fort, I just had her drop all of the items that she had that I wanted in the fort. Got an artifact starting. Stukos, the broker's been possessed. I'll keep an eye on what he grabs. You've never seen them in your forts? Did you just start playing again recently? Some pretty, like, chat, I need somebody to answer this question here. Are the lying down indicators in the main branch? Or have they really not moved that over? I need somebody to second me here, because I'm like, I'm positive that they were moved over to the main branch like months ago. I need somebody to back me up here. I realize chat's very lurky. It's a holiday. Y'all are sleeping. Could somebody back me up here before I close this fort and start up the main branch and check? Because I'll do that. If nobody's got any thoughts here, I'll just pretend there's nobody watching and I'm just here exploring stuff on my own time. And I'll go check. Because I'm going nuts now. Like, this is insanity to me. What is primordial cloud stuff? Stuff that was added to the game a week and a half ago and is only in the beta branch for adventure mode. 2 months? Maybe? 2 weeks ago? Something like that? So, yeah, you won't find anything on Google. It's the stuff that makes magical items that have magic powers attached to them. What did you just walk in on? Me asking if something was in the main branch. And threatening to close my game and check myself. We also got some more migrants. I'm probably a mayor at this point. Nope. Go chestnuts. Uh-oh. Where are you? Can you even get to the fort from down here? Why are you injured?
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
So this is a dwarf from the previous fort, who I'm not positive isn't a were creature, because the last fort did get taken out by were creatures. Huh. Nobody saw this. Okay, so we also have this dwarf here, who's a High Master Mason. Nice, nice, nice. And you brought a named Bunny Rabbit. You are the worst person to ever grace this fortress. You monster. Bald dwarves are fine. It's the one that I'm like mostly certain is probably a were creature that I don't trust. What's wrong with bald dwarves? Why don't you trust bald dwarves? It's a very common hairstyle in Darfort. A beardless male dwarf I would like squint at, but that's because they would be coming from human society. But you very rarely see that. Well, the last fort was taken over by werebeasts, mostly intentionally, for me. And so anybody who came from that fort who's injured, I immediately suspect is a werebeast. They're not supposed to migrate to your fort unless they were in a previous fort of yours. Maybe trap them in a room for a vetting process. I would do that if I had a room set up for that, which I don't. So instead I'll just expel them, which is what I did. But yeah, you could do that. I'm mostly just looking for dwarves that would be good in the military. Are you brave? Likes to keep things abstract. But I don't know. I'm just guessing. It's just a high level of suspicion. You're going to need to elaborate here a little bit. Are you talking about, like, the need down here? Just tell them to go, like, assign them to a workshop so they can go make, like, a brick. Craft an item is a very easy to succeed at need to meet. Basically, they need to go craft an item. Very simple. Very easy to complete. What are the primordial cloud stuff? It is the magical items that were added in the most recent beta branch patch to Dwarf Fortress, which the primordial cloud stuff is the base level item that does nothing currently in game. It's just a quest item for adventure mode. And then there are weapons that are made out of primordial cloud stuff. So in this fort, I have, if I type in cloud, I have a primordial cloud stuff amulet and 2 primordial cloud stuff earrings. The earrings give anybody who equips them force push. And the amulet gives anything that equips it the ability to shoot a frost bolt. That's what they do. You can also get weapons made out of it, but I don't have any because I didn't play adventure mode long enough to find one. There's a big-ass migrant wave. This may end up being another one of those fortresses where I just put everybody's named pets into a cage and sell them. So it's a couple based on self-hatred. You kind of got to respect it a little bit. Legendary siege operator. How the heck does that happen? Hi, master comedian. Sure. Competent hammer dwarf has never killed anything. Sure. All right. Some weird skills on these dwarves. Talented gem cutter. Competent dancer. What are you? Nothing. You can dance. Okay. It's a big goddamn... God, more fucking ducks. All right. Well, we just went from, what, 55 to 73 dwarves? It's quite the migrant wave, that. They want to see a family and craft an object. Well, make them craft an object. Like, that craft an object is the most self-explanatory. If you're talking about, like, an artifact, then I don't know. Speaking of artifacts, I gotta check this. You need bars of metal. Of course you do. All right, well, in that case... just deconstruct this. Make a forge. Yeah, just any object. They don't need to make something specific. They just want to craft something. So as long as they get a job at a craft store shop and make something, they'll be happy. Snail, the snail, wishes to join the fortress. So we now have another snail in the fort. What up, Brain Fist? And then let's do a magma smelter. Something has collapsed on the surface, typical. So I could channel down through this. Could channel down into that and that. Should begin this filling. I think that's going to be the way I'm going to do this. And then what I'll do is put a wall here. And then pump it over. They now would like a farmer's guild, which is offensive to my culture, but that's fine if you insist. We also need to queue up more drinks to brew drinks faster. Let's do 30 whenever drink count is less than 60. We'll do it that way. Let's check my cloth counts. Not much, but we're getting there. Numbers slowly go up. Yeah, but anyway, craft an object is literally any object. So Brain Fist, what are you up to this holiday? You getting up to anything interesting? Playing any fun games? Keeping busy, I presume. This is me just trying to keep the chat moving. I don't know. It's gonna be a quiet day because it is a holiday. So there will be a lot of streamer going, hey, so here's generic question number 35. Yep. Yeah, no, it's a solid little migrant wave, I gotta say. Solid little migrant wave, that. Certainly not gonna complain about that one. Got a party with friends on Thursday as well. Seems like a pretty good way to spend a holiday. Just get the last of these pieces out of here. Just the last of them. Okay, so that should be done. Let's go down to here. Ooh. I'm just gonna make Billin bars, if it lets me, for whatever this artifact is. So I've got a dwarf that's trying to make a metal artifact, and they need metal bars. So I'm just gonna let them make Billin, because that's gonna be higher value than copper, and I can just use tetrahedrite for that. That's wild. I'd swear that stuff got moved over. Like ages ago. Huh. Alright, well, the more you know, I suppose, Elmiran. I'm glad I'm not the only person who, like, Mandela affected himself into thinking that. But, geez, okay. The more you know. I think Orc is just trying to do my job here. I don't need you to ask questions on my behalf. Just help me keep conversations going if you want to stir up the conversations. Whenever there's a conversation, just keep it rolling. And don't let it die. I appreciate the help, though. Can you get a Marks Dwarf? No? Not with a bow, anyway. Because I would never, in my right mind, allow a dwarf to use a bow. Can you get a Marks Dwarf? No? Because I don't have a squad for Marks Dwarves yet? And I don't really want to make one yet? So no? You could have a dwarf, though. Sorry to just, like, shoot down your hopes and dreams, but... You didn't have a fort with beds active yet? I mean, you could have also just, like, you know, maimed a dwarf, cut their legs off, but it's fine. It's not like I'm paying you to be quick or anything. Or paying you at all. Why can't dwarves use bows? Because dwarves can't make arrows. It's a really bad idea to let dwarves use bows. Because they will try and use bolts as ammo half the time, so you have to forbid all of your bolts. They'll fill their quivers up with bolts. In fact, one of the worst changes they made to this game was allowing dwarves to use bows by default and not allowing them to make them. I understand why they did it because it confuses a lot of people because people default to using bows. But bows are a non-dwarven item in Dwarf Fortress. So you, under no circumstances, should use bows for your dwarves. It's just a really bad idea. Do you have a second option? Or, like, don't say sorry, but, like, what's a backup thing that I can give you? Can you get a hunter? Probably not. I don't think I have any hunters. Yeah, no, I have no hunters. Do I even have one assigned? I've got one assigned, but I should probably unassign that. I could give you Tholtig, the leather worker, and give him hunting, but he's never going to do it. Because I don't want him doing it. You are trying to get a task that I don't do in my forts, is the problem. Take all bows and arrows and melt them into forges and melt them into ingots. I usually just sell them, but melting them, sure. You could do that too. It's significantly higher value than smoothed floors and doesn't look gray. Gems! Orc with gems, unless you just want bow. Orc with a bow. Edom Rubrim. Don't think about that too hard. Likes to present himself boldly, even if it would have been the ever sense of modesty. Strongly prefers discussions and ideas and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. He is very stubborn, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square his natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess, and he likes to take it easy. He is slow to trust others, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He can sometimes act without deliberation, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He can handle stress, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally values independence and dreams of crafting a master work someday. There's tons of mods. There's a couple other plugins, but you don't need any of them, really. I mean, what are you looking for? Malam, I think is your name? Like, is there a particular thing that you're looking for? Value helps happiness. Yes, it also helps migrants' numbers go up. It also helps, general agreeability of the dwarves. Something to build better? You'd probably want to look into DF Hack's build tools. I don't like them because they are a bit too static for me. They tend to lead to very similar shapes every time. But, yeah, DF Hack's probably what you're looking for then. He likes brass, shorl, and giant cave swallow tooth. Reindeer for their large herds, blood gnats for their thirst for blood, and the words of the Saturn tresses, and when possible, and the site of the granite hole, and when possible, prefers to consume seahorse. Good luck finding those. Sewer brew and llama's milk. And pigtail seeds. Did you come from human culture? Because it's a very human food preference. You're focused, you want to be extravagant, you're a gem cutter. Welcome to the fort. Villain. I mean, that requires forbidding and unforbidding your own stone, though. Which I do, because I don't mind the tedium, but... Like, if they want something to build quicker and faster, like, it's probably going to need something that isn't vanilla. As much as I promote the use of vanilla tools and learning how the game itself works, like... There's some things I've given up recommending, I guess, but that's just me. Also, come on. Who doesn't want to stare at colors that aren't gray? Holy shit. We got a craft store skill that needs to be built, and 2 more characters have joined. I'm gonna have to make a lot of guilds in a little bit, but all right, let's start digging. Let's begin digging. Did my phone just vibrate or am I going crazy? I'm not going crazy. What's my dad sending me? Aw. My dad's sending me pictures of hiking boots that he bought. Hell yeah. Now he's texting me again. My dad's ready for backpacking. So he claims. I'll have to believe him on that. All right. So digging through this and then digging through this will allow lava to flow into here. Meanwhile, you are making Billin very slowly. How I'd make my dwarves go to the hospital? You've got some medical dwarves and one guy who's banged up pretty bad, but he won't go to the hospital. Can he walk? Because if he can walk, he doesn't need to go to the hospital. Like, basically, if a dwarf can't walk, then they'll be carried to the hospital and forced medical care. But if he may already be healed, essentially, just healed badly, and you can't fix that. Faulted, thanks for the 57th month. Time flies, eh? I was honored 12. That's got to be some kind of record. And not a record you want to have, but like, that has to be some kind of record. Well, it's working. Now I'm suddenly thinking maybe I should seal this off. It's probably going to bubble over, eh? Like, let's just put a... Another set of walls up here. Just put corks in it, you know? I just kind of don't super trust this to not overflow. I mean, it's going to overflow here, too. I was just not expecting that to flow so quickly. Yet there it goes. How old is my dad? You know, that's one of those questions I'm not going to answer because I don't think he would be comfortable with me answering it. So I'm not going to tell you. Old enough to be my dad. We'll go with that. You are afraid reliving experiencing trauma. This poor dwarf has been through a lot, man. Okay, what I need to do is I need to very much increase our silk industry. Okay, so you are beginning the silk crafting. I'm going to go over to here. That's the chop down wood tool. And I'm going to make a workshop over in one of these nooks, maybe. Maybe actually over here. So that's close-ish to that side. And this is going to be for clothing industry. That's what this is going to be. We're in an ad, so I'll just sit here and designate this. I mean, now you don't need to be mean to my dad and pretend that he's like some ancient fossil, but my dad is very internet cautious, so I'm not going to go outing somebody's age. I'll put it this way. I didn't get along with my dad until I moved out And even then, it took another handful of years for us to start getting along, if that's what it is. I mean, me and my dad getting along is a thing that didn't happen until I moved out. If that's what you're curious about. It took a while, and it was something that I had to put in effort to fix. Sometimes you got to be the adult in the room, I'll put it that way. Can I use healing from adventure mode and fort mode? I'd be surprised if you could, YouTube chat. I don't have any. I thought I left some, but it like evaporated or disappeared. So I doubt it. Probably similarly to like you can't use poisons in fort mode. You can't use poisons even though you can acquire them in fort mode. And there's kind of a lot of items like that where you can acquire them, but you can't use them for anything. Okay, let's just get that designated. Okay. You stopped in this town and started telling a story. Okay, Disco. And then I was telling this story and a group of bandits went up to the farmer and punched the shit out of him and demanded that he drop his pouch of coins, and he actually did. Yeah, they do that. You already got it into the fort. How do you put it in the hospital? I have no idea. I don't think you do, like I said, because that is a adventure mode feature right now. So I'm pretty sure it's going to do nothing in fort mode. But maybe you could cook with it because it's technically a food item. I would try that. See if you can like link it to a food stockpile or something. But like, actually, I wonder even. Like, I don't know how it would, like, because I can tell you for fact, the healing potions in adventure mode do not have functionality in fortress mode right now, because that isn't in the game yet. That's a planned feature. But Tarn has stated the first plan, or the first thing that needs to happen is, that's nifty, is the first thing that needs to happen is adventure mode, needs the healing potions to exist, right? Which now they do. Once they exist, then from there it can be ported to fort mode to do things in fort mode. I don't think they do things in fort mode yet. So this hasn't started to overflow yet. I'm going to presume this is going to overflow. And actually just get rid of this one. And then go down to here. And just build across this, and we'll keep an eye on this. If it starts to overflow, then we know that we have a problem. Well, we don't have a problem, but if it starts to overflow, then... Well, actually, fuck it. Let's just put a door here. If it starts to overflow, and we'll work with it from there. So the problem that I have right now is I got 2 guild halls I really need to make. So maybe I can make this into a guild hall and then make this into another one. Could be what we could do. How much wood do I have left? Decent amount. Am I making beds right now? Yes, we are. Let's increase that number. I'm going to put some displays into these. Because this one's a temple. This one, let's just nuke you. This one can be a craftsdwarf's guild. Should I make these public, chat? I should allow anybody into these, shouldn't I? Especially considering I'm putting them in the middle of the bedrooms. So we'll say citizens only. And then I will put an item on that. And then I will do the same with this one. And this will be the Farmers Guild, although this is going to take a little bit longer to finish. New guild hall. Farmers Guild. Citizens only. I believe this is very cool because since we have both Fort and Adventure mode, all the systems have become exponentially more complicated. A game that only have Fort or Adventure mode could just do hand wave stuff, but you can't really do that in Dwarf Fortress. Like, I think, like, because there's a big new audience of people now playing Dwarf Fortress, I think a lot of people aren't fully experienced, maybe is the word I would use, with the way Dwarf Fortress develops, because it's not like most games, right? Like, most games patch the game and then thing work. Sometimes you'll get features in it. Usually what happens is features will appear in Legends mode. Things will happen in Legends mode and start happening in Legends mode that aren't happening in Fortress mode or Adventure mode. And then once they start happening in the like Legends, then the next major update, usually stuff starts to work in a different mode. So it'll go from just being in Adventure mode or just being in Legends mode to then being in Fortress mode as well. And then vice versa. And it's just that cycle kind of on repeat, where something will appear in Legends and be only in Legends. Then it'll appear in Fortress mode, and then it'll appear in Adventure mode. Or usually they appear in Adventure mode first. It's like Adventure mode development is almost engine development for Fortress mode, and Fortress mode development is kind of polished development for Adventure mode, because they all tie into each other so much. How do you fill or cover a channel? You could build a floor on top of it, but you don't really fill them back in once dug. Oh, a Billen Buckler. I was not expecting a weapon out of that. Stukos, the broker, has created Erlin Cogsack, a Billen Buckler, and offers it to the Firefrost. I should give that to my military, shouldn't I? This is a Billen Buckler. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of Billen. Well, that's cool. I'm very much okay with this. Cogsack.
Crypt Pog.
Thanks for the 16th month. Welcome back, mate. It's good to have you, dude. It's good to have you. Thanks for continuing to stick around the channel. Watch the streams and things. Let me check. Can I get a round of beers for that resub? Okay, so that's getting close. Man, I keep changing my mind about how I want to do this. Yeah, let's just do this. I think that's one of the... It's another one of my adventures. That's one of the leopard people. Straightforward spiked metal buckler. I mean, the early artifacts are always very simple. Okay, so you knock that out. So is this going to overflow? If it does, that's fine. If it doesn't, that's also fine. If it does, then, well, I just have a self-filling reservoir here. If it doesn't, then I just use pumps. I said cog sack. If you think that I say cocksuck when I say Cossack, then I don't know how to help you. You named yourself what you named yourself. That or you just think that this is a hilarious joke, in which case you're very funny. Capital I. Yeah, looks like it's not going to fill. Perfect. What? I'm not a fan of that, though. So let's go over onto this side and do this. Hungry mind thinks of bread. Are you saying that Cossack is hearing what they want to hear and not what is actually being said? Because that's definitely possible. Certainly possible. Although when I'm hungry, I tend to think of cheese more so than bread. But, you know, sure, we all have our food stuff. What color? Brown? I want to say. Yeah, it's like a dark brown. It's not something I generally use, but... So we get that first one over there. Probably do more tables and chairs over here. I don't have many tables nor chairs, but we can place some. The value of that's pretty low. Value of that's also pretty low. Can toss in these. Oh yeah, I made statues, didn't I? Could do that as well. Because oh shit! So I made statues out of mushroom trees. Mostly because I was curious, or that were said to look like fungi trees. And I really like the way these look. I need to make more mushroom statues. I mean, like, seriously, look at these. Yeah, they've turned out well. Tuesday. They've turned out well. You're hungry? I got lots of cookies if you want some. We just need trapdoors for the dwarfs going up and down. Okay, so this one's now valued enough. How about you? Got a little bit of a ways to go. Getting the statues in there will help. Oh. How to get the fancy sun sprite statue? Probably an image of a blazing sun? I want to say it's a shape. I want to say it's a shape. In the custom symbols menu. I could try if you want. Sprites for the statues look great if they work. What do you mean if they work? As long as you keep it simple and it's mostly just an image, they generally work just fine. Like I've had minimal issues making specific statue images. Man, this sucks. Celestine's just like permanently injured and can't use her hands. So can't like be this specific crafty person anymore. And then this guy just starves for no reason. Although there's probably a reason. Warthog men don't have specific food requirements, do they? They're not like vegetarian. I mean, I got shit tons of plump helmets, so it shouldn't be a problem. But he's literally sitting here starving to death. Is he a grazing animal? Actually, maybe. Hold on, let me check. It's a good pull. If they are, I should just make them into brewers. I'm also not sure why you're insisting on going to the basement when I told you to go up to the garden area, but... Oh, it's because they're going to go pick up equipments, right? Yeah, backpacks. Got it. Grazer is per wiki tag? Okay, so then what I should do is I should make them both into brewers. Makes sense. Wait, did they not both join? Crud. Yeah, they haven't both joined yet. Or wait, no, there's only one. The other one died. So actually, you... Wait. No, there's two. I guess the other one just hasn't joined the faction properly. Oh, actually, I think I know why. Hold on, let me double check. It's because you're listed as a militia captain, that's why. There you are. So that'll force them to walk up to here on the grass. Which should do it. It works just fine on Linux, yeah. The problem is Stalker 2 has a lot of bugs that need to be patched, so I'm waiting for the early access to finish so that they finish patching it. But yeah, it works just fine. I'm just waiting for updates to the game itself. Cookie Clicker, J-O-Kane, in the YouTube chat. I may full heal Celestine and give her a Christmas miracle. Because I feel super bad about this dwarf, who's just gonna be sitting here canceling jobs for forever. So I'm gonna give this dwarf a singular Christmas miracle so that they can go acquire new clothing. But if you get injured again, that's on you, dwarf. Oh, now you go to sleep. Well, that's not good. You go up to here to brew drink from plant. Okay, so you're not starving anymore. Well, that's good. At the very least, like, just getting them to brew drinks from plants should solve the issue. I should also make their beds up here. Which shouldn't be too hard to do. Zwari wishes to join Winterthrone, which is good. So yeah, if I make the two warthogs sleep up here and also work up here, that'll solve that issue, or should. You, where, okay, I see, you don't actually have a bedroom yet. Warthog, and maybe joining the faction makes them unclaim their bedrooms. Certainly seems that way. Okay, you are no longer starving, which is good. I can also give you planting as a side gig. And that should solve that. Yeah, Lil Jaeger went a little nuts. Very nuts, actually. Okay, so all that's getting done. You're getting fed, you're getting fed, you're getting fed. What's the value of this now? Not quite high enough value yet, but we can get there, I'm sure. I can also throw a door in. Also probably expand the size of this a little bit to increase the value of it ever so slightly. There you go. So that should clear you. And now I can zoom out here and make the rest of these into bedrooms. We have a mayor now, who is Olan, who also I think is in my military, which is kind of funny. Which is actually very inconvenient. I don't like that, but battle mayor it is, I suppose. Yes. My mayor is in fact in my military, so I gotta boot you out. Get out of the military. Although I will throw a couple of other dwarves who have arrived that have military skills, because there's a few of them. Just to get them training. So you don't want your mayor to be in the military. That's a very good way to upset a lot of your dwarves. Although, how's the lava filling project doing? So I've kind of... This is interesting. This is interesting. I've got this water down here. I'm curious if I can do anything with it. So I could try and pump the water out, potentially. Pumping the water out could do a few useful things. With the main one being, if I can keep it from freezing, we might actually be able to make a well somewhere. Or just drain it manually by digging into it. But it's I wasn't expecting to just end up with a block of ice down here that thawed. I kind of thought it would just be stone beneath that, but looks like it's not. So that's cool. That is cool. I'm very okay with this. As far as the lava goes, I need the lava up here. So I need 2 sets of pumps, which will be pretty easy. So I could go right above these and make a little pump stack, which I could then just dig around. So I could go here and then do this. And then connect this back and around over to here. That could be very doable. I think I'll do it this way. Yeah, we'll run it this way. And mine out the frozen invaders. I've tried to use ice before and I found it very unpredictable. But I was using water cannons to do that. I'm just thinking that lava cannons fired out at this nonsense would be amazing. I just kind of want to see an enemy army walking around the edge of this shelf. I really want to see that. But I don't know. There's so many ways I could defend this fort. I have no idea how I'm going to defend this fort. It's like this fort is the first like analysis paralysis I've had in Dwarf Fortress in a very long time. Also, this is going to thaw out this wall here. Prime Minister wishes to join. So we'll let them dig through that, and we'll see where this goes. I may need to section off this stairwell even. Because maybe going this way would be smarter. But it's still going to need to connect to this, so I don't even... There's just so many, like, possible routes I could go with this. And right now, the biggest issue that I'm kind of staring at is, like, how do I do this, but also, like, not melt my walls? You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of different directions I could go with this pump stack, but, like I could just, you know, go up another level. But then suddenly I'm stuck with the problem of, well, okay, fuck, how do I power this? Which is still the problem that I'm kind of staring at. It's like, I could use wind? Maybe? I presume there's wind? Like, I could channel out a bunch of this. Make, like, a wind plateau? Wind plateau? I don't think that's a word, but... Makes you think of a Minecraft house you made under a frozen lake. It kind of reminds me of Waterlungs a bunch. I really liked Waterlungs. Waterlungs was one of my favorite forts I ever made. I think it's like one of chat's favorites, mostly because of the crab fiasco. The most delicious fiasco. The crab fiasco of the great crab invasion of whatever year that was. Yeah, okay, so I think what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go up 2 levels. And I'm going to go over a level here. We'll just do it this way. It was one of the first. It wasn't the first. But yes, it was one of the earlier version 50 forts. A caravan has arrived to trade. It is trading season. Fortunately, I think I have toys still to trade. Otherwise, I may need to make more. Nothing of super high value, but... Yeah, we did trade the coins. Let's go large gems. Oh, I've got... Actually, let's just do this. Probably got clothing I can sell now. I also need to make that loom industry because we need to get clothing crafting up and rolling. I didn't sell all of them, but I'm selling most of them. And I'm going to go up to here. Just going to place a strip of blocks and just type in the word block. What's the default? Diorite is the one we have the most of. Okay, diorite it is. That'll be for clothing. Can you invade hell? Can I? I did in the last fort. Did I win? Nope. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can do. But can you conquer it? That's like, okay, so the way the demons work is they're just like any other wild animal in Dwarf Fort. They migrate in and out of the map and they have limited populations. Could you theoretically make every single demon be extinct? Yes. Can you get like a victory screen and can you win? No. But can you like successfully build a structure in hell? Sure, certainly. I've done it. It's been a long time, but I've done it. But I find that chat doesn't like watching because like the longer a fort goes, and the more endgame it gets, the less people watch. I find this really interesting. It's a really interesting phenomenon that happens with Dwarf Fort. And also, I think a lot of simulation games as well. The closer to the early game, the more people tune in. The closer to the mid game, people start to tune out. And then when you hit end game, people like pretty consistently tune out, which is why you don't really see me really do much in the end game of Dwarf Fort, is because I'll stream it and people and chat will be obviously bored of the fort. by the time I get to it. And so usually what ends up happening is I just end it quickly and start a new fort, which it is what it is. Does the floor material of an aquifer well matter? I'm not sure why aquifer well is being specified here. Does the floor material of the floor of a well matter? No. Although you want it to be more than one layer deep, because if it's not more than one layer deep, then you will get mud off the bottom of the well, regardless of what it's made out of. And that's not healthy for dwarves. Also, I need another still, because we're not brewing booze quick enough. Oh. Okay, so there's a bow right there. It's because somebody's trying to pick it up for some stupid reason. Quit it. Do you think it's people's poor attention spans? I have no idea what it is, really. I think it's like if I were to point a finger, I think it's a combination of just anti-spoiler culture. People go, oh no, I don't want to be spoiled. Do I use buckets to fill the first well? I don't use buckets to fill anything. I use buckets to put out fires. I don't really use buckets to fill wells, no. I just use aquifers. In this fort, I don't even have a well. I might use that water that's under that lava as a well in the future, but that would require it not freezing, and I'm not positive it's not going to freeze. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like pointing fingers. It's a statistical fact, right? People stop watching when I hit the mid-game. Also, these are humans that have come to trade, which is interesting. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. It's always fun when they bring items or offer to bring me out. Actually, what animals do you have? Do you have any fun animals? Uh-huh. Oh, actually, they're probably coming to trade with me because I'm the capital, right? That's probably what's happening here. Oh, well. They don't have any big animals, so to heck with it. Now, something else I want to check. King Cobra Venom, oh, damn. I'm just mildly curious. Okay, it wouldn't be considered meats, right? I'm mildly curious if these humans have any things that contain healing items. It's not considered an extract. I do not have a king, no. It's a bug that happens when you play adventure mode and reclaim a fortress sometimes. I've had it not happen all the time, but it happened. So no, I do not have a king. So yeah, it doesn't look like they have any of the weird goos, which I'm not surprised by, but I just wanted to check. All right, so what should I request from them? I may actually just request wood. Yet they're not bringing wagons, which I think is a little bit disappointing. So I'm not a true capital. But no, that would be neat if I had a king. I do not, though. I just simply have a fortress with adventurers. Which is good enough for me, but, you know. Yeah, let's do it that way. And that'll fill all the way around, all the way through into here. So this is what I'll have to reroute. But that won't be too hard to do, because I still want to have access to all of this. Yeah, I still want to have access to all this. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Yeah, the number is not related. The blog is just a separate command. I'm not sure how else to format the title of the stream without that. I put brackets on it one day, and then someone typed in the command with brackets and was like, well. Okay, how much value do I have? Not bad, considering what it is. Let's buy all of the wood that they brought. Let's scroll down to drinks. Let's see what they got. Swamp whiskey and Fonio beer. Sure, I'll take those. Let's just buy that bin of fabric. Check my foods. We're actually okay on foods. I'm thinking... Let's buy some berries so we can make some fruit wines. Maybe some cheeses, even though I probably could make cheese. But it's kind of a risk because it might freeze, or the milk might freeze. But all the dwarves are constructing buildings, so let's follow them. Started a mini fort to dig too deep and capped the population at 50, cut to 4 years, and after a polite conversation with local rivals, when your dwarves was declared queen with no other nobles. Yeah, that literally happens because somebody died, right? And there wasn't a lot of options. So they take whoever's eligible, and you just happen to have a dwarf who's related enough and eligible enough to meet their criteria. Whatever that may be. I love it when that happens, and honestly, I wished it happened more, but I don't fully understand why some people get really irritated when it happens. Like some people have this like militant dislike of nobles in Dwarf, which I will never fully understand. But I personally really, really like them. I think they're a lot of fun, and I'm kind of bummed about this fort that I won't ever have nobles, most likely, unless I inherit them, which is possible. That may happen, but it's just the fact that we're already a capital, and it's like, kind of bummed about that, but it is what it is. So I need a mayor setup. How do you feel about this? I've been staring at this for a little bit. Mayor dining hall office, mayor bedroom. What do you think? Rather than making your fort the capital? I mean, that could have happened. They could have made they could have just moved to the capital. That's usually what happens. It's just you happen to have the highest value fort in the world. So the king moves to the highest value fort, right? Bit small, isn't it? Not if I cram it full of enough stuff. It's only small if I don't cram it with stuff. But no, it's plenty big. I mean, we could do office dining room. Like 3 separate rooms. They don't want to make a lead anvil. You cannot make a shell bed. Quit asking. I have a genuine question. Do you actually actively have a request for a lead anvil and a shell bed? Also, it doesn't negatively impact you or your fortress in any format if you don't make that, right? Having a noble like a mayor only positively impacts your fortress. Essentially, your mayor, who currently for me is demanding statues. Oh, that's great. The mayor is your therapist, right? Whenever somebody attends a meeting with the mayor, they cry or yell at the mayor, and then the mayor gets empathy, the mayor gets happy, and then the dwarf gets happy because they got to yell at somebody. If you don't satisfy your mayor's needs, at least on a base level, you don't get those benefits. So having a mayor and having more nobles is a net positive because it's more people for the upset dwarves to yell at. Literally. So the demands that they say when they're just like, I want a lead bed, right? Which is like the one people like to quote. You don't need to make a lead bed. You need to encrust a bed with lead. That's the first thing. The second thing is you can completely ignore those and it will not negatively impact them, and they'll eventually forget about it. It'll just give them a temporary happy buff for a while. So you can just ignore them forever when it comes to those requests. And as far as, what was the other one? You said it was lead bed, or is a lead anvil and a shell bed. Okay, so they want a bed encrusted with shells, decorated with shells, which isn't hard to do. I'm assuming you can get shells. That'd be hard for me on this map. But if they're requesting it, it means that you have access to it. And if they want a lead anvil, they want an anvil encrusted with lead, which is weird. I've never seen that before. I've only ever seen buildable items in those. Yeah, it would only be worth it if like the noble was already like extremely upset, right? Because normally they're just like, I want a tin weapon rack or whatever, which is fine. Like that's not hard to complete. I guess what we'll do is we'll do office right here, dining hall right here, and bedroom right there for the mayor. We'll do it that way. We can do gem windows too to up their values. Worst one is ballista parts? Disagree. Worst one is traction benches. But like, then if you have a noble who's demanding traction benches or something like annoying as hell like that to make, get a new noble. Send that noble off on a mission from God and tell them to go invade somebody by themselves. Or, you know, do the classic drawbridge squish-o-matic and then get a new one. But the noble themselves isn't the inherent issue. The issue is not realizing the benefits of nobles, I think, personally. But yeah, I don't know. I wish the game would tutorialize that better. Like why nobles are good. Because they are. And they're a massive benefit to your fortress. Especially if they are somewhat happy. So, I wish the game tutorialized it better, but it doesn't. It just is what it is. It would be very good if it did tutorialize it better, but we don't live in that world, unfortunately. You had a fort with hundreds of ballista parts lying around? Someone needs to go on a crusade to a different faction's house. That's all I gotta say, man. Like, you know, if you've got hundreds of ballista parts lying around, that's a fort management problem. You know, that's not the nobles' fault. That's your fault for listening to the nobles. You should take some lessons from the French. Off with the necks! But the nobles themselves are not inherently the issue. I mean, I once had a mayor who demanded I make socks and did not let me sell socks. So we made a lot of socks. Also, I should automate some statues. Rock statue. Specify image. Existing image. Let's just do the fungi wood. And then just say, make that seasonally, and do 3 of them. Because that's what my mayor wants. What do I have a lot of rock for? Got a good amount of granite? We'll just say make them out of granite. Honestly, socks are one of the better items. The number of accidental crimes I committed from socks, because of how, like, if you watch my streams, I sell a shit ton of clothing. I'm basically like the used clothing store of the Dwarf Fortress universe in every fort I play. So That is my main export, man. Which suddenly I'm not allowed to sell. That's kind of a problem. It's a funny problem, but it's still a problem. Speaking of funny problems, we got some more migrants that have arrived. I really need to build another squad, don't I? Ay, ay, ay. I don't even have weapons yet, which is kind of a problem. Very impolite. I mean, most of this squad is unarmed. Yeah, I'll just let them wander in, and fingers crossed nothing bad happened. Let's just work on getting this lava into the fort. Okay, well that's done. Make so much surplus? Yeah, I mean, people... I mean, this is why I shout to the high heavens and back that people need to prioritize guild halls. Because guild halls satisfy not all of the needs, but a lot of the needs for crafting. Guild halls are an extraordinarily useful building. If not the most useful building, potentially. Is the sock-wielding Colossus? Man, that's a deep cut now. I think these days, most people who say that, like, my favorite, or the favorite thing that I've made is most likely one of the most recent videos, right? Because people are really like those big story videos that I've been making. As hard as they are to put together, people really like those. Here's hoping the next one does well. I'm working on one. We'll see. It's gonna be a lot of ghosts and minecarts. There's no easy way to limit crafts? What? What do you mean by there's no easy way to limit crafts? Just don't produce infinitely forever. Yeah, I think he's headed off to bed or something, Zool, but yeah, no, Lil Jaeger went nuts earlier. He does that periodically. Well, no, this isn't Minecraft, this is Dwarf Fortress, clearly. At least it's not Patrick. Put it on when going to bed and sleep through it. I had somebody who says, I think there was somebody who left a comment on one of the videos who was like, at this point, I've probably watched this video 15 times because I keep putting it on when I go to bed and then falling asleep before it finishes and then starting it where I remember it from the next day. Which is like, you know what, yeah, that's fine. Keep doing that, please. That's great. It's optimal. Well, let's be honest, that's like just a large portion of like YouTube views in general. You want a world with a nice volcano too? Generate some worlds. I'm sure you'll find one. This one has like 5 of them. I have some tutorials on how to do advanced world gen stuff. The one on volcanoes is pretty simple to increase the number of volcanoes. So if you increase the number of volcanoes in advanced world gen, it's pretty likely you'll get one on a glacier. Just keep in mind, you want it, if you want the same level of shenanigans as this one, you'd want it to be on a glacier and not on tundra. Tundra is just dirt. This is just ice, which is a glacier. Okay, so the next thing I gotta do here, I'm actually gonna dig some holes in this. So I'm gonna get some separate industries up and running in there. You right there, we need more clothing. Let's do loom. What's this, Gabbro? Dwarf Fortress to study and fall asleep too. That's what my VODs are. Like, the number of times people have told me that my VOD channel is their favorite ASMR channel is very funny to me. Most volcanoes have a lack of iron? No, most volcanoes have a lack of flux. But I don't know. I like it when maps lack certain materials. I think that's good because it forces you to participate in the actual economy of the game, import stuff that you need, and it also forces you to take advantage of things like goblin armor that goblins bring. I think that lacking in certain materials is a good thing. At least for the gameplay side of stuff. Like, if you want better gameplay for Dwarf Fort, you should settle places that are lacking in certain materials, because it forces you to take advantage of the full breadth of the offerings of how the game mechanics work. And I do think that's a positive. But, you know. Like, I never want to settle somewhere with every material. Never. That's not something I want to do. Let's use granite for this one. So this will be mayor's office, mayor dining hall, mayor bedroom. We're gonna need to make more chests and cabinets and a few other things probably. Thanks, Q and Green Tea. You also love listening to the VODs while you're working? Yeah. Do people do that, Graniteer? Is that a thing people do? That sucks. I don't know. I watch so little Twitch these days. Like, I basically... Or just live streams in general. There's a few friends of mine who I watch who are as old as me, as far as this industry goes. Who are very similar in the way I stream, so I don't really watch the people who are popular these days. So I don't fucking know what people do. But that sucks if people actually do that. Like that dynamic range, it's exciting. Interesting. Learning secrets of what the kids want. This is how I become relevant again, chat. Thank you for this great information. Yeah, I don't know. Let's throw on some gem windows. Ooh, black zircons, big fan. Do amethysts over here? I actually really like the way the amethysts look. I think those are really nice looking. So this will be a bedroom. And this will be assigned to the mayor, who doesn't have a bedroom. This can be an office. And this can also be assigned to the mayor. And then this can be a dining hall. This can also be assigned to the mayor. They're not happy with any of them, but that's fine. We'll work on it. Let's also throw a chair in there. Actually, let's put the chair right there. In there. We'll do that. So let's do green glass cabinet. Green glass box, which are coffers, but green glass. Green glass cork. Green glass pipe. Tube. And, blink, blink, blink. What's the other thing I need? Rock armor stands. And rock weapon racks. So let's make you two out of... I was going to say obsidian, but apparently I'm out of obsidian. Let's do granite. And granite. And do 12. And 12. Oh, I'm good on mechanisms right now. I'll need those in the future, but for right now we're good. For right now, we good. No, I need to speed up the actual industry production of this fortress because, like, we're on a pretty good clip right now, but if I keep going the way that I'm going with the amount of population we've gained, we're going to start getting attacked by stuff, and I'm going to have no defenses. Which means the only thing I'll be able to do is lock the front door, which is probably not the worst idea. But I would like to not have to, you know, do that. I'd like to have better options, I guess. And then over here, I'm just going to put a cloth stockpile. I'm going to go over to here and remove cloth from this stockpile. Because I'll bet you those are still in here. Yes, it is. Let's get all that moved. Up to there. You can always tell who's playing up their reactions, and yeah, the inauthenticity is kind of a turnoff for you. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, I was watching my friend Raul, who's part of my stream team, and he does a lot of Project Zomboid. And I was kind of curious. I was like, who's streaming Project Zomboid right now? Like, what is the audience for Project Zomboid? Because it's a game that I've been considering streaming again, which I probably will at some point, but I was just mildly curious, and I was like, man, I wonder who's streaming Project Zomboid. So I go and I looked at the most viewed stream of Project Zomboid, and I lasted for about a minute and a half. It was this guy who was having, like, basically a panic attack over the fact that he thought there was a thing in Project Zomboid that clearly wasn't in Project Zomboid, and was trying to find video of it on YouTube. And it was this very, very fast back and forth between him and his chat about whether or not this thing existed, or if it was a mod, or if it was actually a thing that existed. And I'm kind of baffled by how much this guy was, like, flipping out over this. But yeah, now that you mention it, it was probably just trying to clip farm, right? Streamer freak out moment. Big wah. I don't know. I like Project Zomboid, but I also don't like Project Zomboid. I want to play it once the current build moves into the main branch. We'll stream it a little bit and see if I like it more yet. Okay, what are these dwarves wearing? Trousers, tunics, gloves, sock shoes. So let's do cloth trousers. No, silk. Silk is what I want, not. Silk trousers. Silk tunic. Silk sock. Silk shoe. And I will just... Okay. I will just say do this seasonally. And then I'll also say silk silk dress, we'll say. And I will size these for snail men. And let's just do 4. And I'll do that annually. And let's also do a... silk sock and silk shoe size for snailmen. We'll do 4 of each. I was having a great time with my Caves of Qud run until I practically bricked it. In order for me to unbrick it, I would have to, like, give up a lot of progress, and I'm kind of not willing to. By that I mean just like start over rebuilding parties, and I'm kind of beat on that, to be honest with you. And then you annually. You annually. All right, we'll let that run. Oh, really? I know exactly what you're referring to. Yeah, that thing's pretty sudden, if you're not expecting it. Just lock your injured dwarf in a room with goo and then wait. Let me know. Do let us know how that goes, YouTube chat. Somebody in YouTube chat is trying to see if the healing potions work in Fortress mode. I'd be willing to bet they won't, but here's hoping. Be neat if they did. It would be really neat if they did. I'm just not expecting them to. So yeah, now we just need to wait for the weapon racks and stuff to get made. And also, I can go down to here probably and say collect sand, collect sand, collect sand. Except I'm going to probably have to do 2 of these, set them both to repeat. Managing sand is the one part of these I kind of don't like. But it's fine. Working on more green glass tubes. Actually, let's just make sure I use matching materials. Don't really care as long as they match. And then you go there. Needs the full components, which we don't have yet. Something's collapsed on the surface. I'm sure that's fine. The human traders have left. It is nifty that I can trade with humans, though. That part's cool. More stuff's collapsing. It's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I love Caves of Cud, but I need to restart that run, and it's going to take me a bit to get the motivation to restart that run. So, probably an after adventure mode thing, if I'm going to be honest. Because I'm just expecting adventure mode to be done soon. Okay, you're making corkscrews, you're making corkscrews. You've got a tube. I'm just waiting for this one. Because this is just going to go this way. Do Gabbro, enormous corkscrew, and a tube. Now I just need another corkscrew. To whomever's making it. Whenever this one's done. That I don't see? Well, I mean, I know where they are. They're just outside. So what's happening in this particular fort? If you have a specific situation, if you could describe it, I could probably give you an example. But in this particular fort, what's happening is there is a lot of lava and ice and outside. And whenever the ice thaws, it turns into water, which then immediately turns into ice again. And that can collapse. And sometimes it also turns into obsidian, which collapses because of the volcano lava nonsense going on outside. Paxmac, what up? Like this. But if something collapsed deep underground, it's likely that it's a fire in one of the cavern layers. It's usually what causes that. So if that's what you're seeing specifically, it's probably a fire somewhere that you don't see. I like sand because YouTube chat's talking about sand. And I like the color and look of sand furniture in Dwarf Fort. I don't like when everything is made out of sand. When everything is made out of sand, everything just kind of starts to look samey, and I'm not a big fan of that. But our small children just got here, so I gotta confine that dog to your room. He loves kids, but he doesn't seem to understand how heavy he is, and he knocks them over by bumping into them. Aw, wanting to kiss them, that's adorable. But also, yeah, no. Makes sense. Enjoy the family gathering seasons. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad that, like... one thing I kind of want to mention about the, like, screaming loud young audience streamers... There is a genuine part of me that is worried that I'm going to become a, how do I word this? Without just sounding like I'm afraid of getting old. I'm genuinely convinced that sooner than later, the types of streams that I make are going to become a less desirable thing because, you know, we're an aging audience, guys. Sorry, hate to break it to you. And that genuinely worries me, but I'm glad that at least at this point in time, I can still exist and still do this. For whatever that's worth. You know? But Pax Mac, I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good holidays so far as... This can get deconstructed. Could also just get a dwarf to pump this. Fill her up. You forget that they age too? Yeah, I mean, I guess tastes age. I mean, I used to watch League of Legends for some reason. So, that is a valid point. Oh, that pumps and fills up pretty quick. Also answers the question of, is there more ice in here? And it doesn't look like it. All right, you can stop pumping that now. After the pump stack I made in the last fort, this feels so small. That's a Nintendo number, Bordy. Many fogies watch Twitch. On your channel, you've got a handful of fellow grumpy developers around your age. Oh, trust me. There's more people above the age of 65 who watch my Twitch channel than below the age of 18. Which, honestly, I think that's hysterical. It's the same on YouTube too. There is a higher percentage of people above the age, like 65 plus. It's like 0.5% of my audience or something on YouTube is 65 plus. 0.1 is under 18. Genuinely, that is hysterical to me. It's one of the funniest, like, not tropes is the wrong word, but it's like one of the funniest trends to me, just period, about my channel. And will be funny for forever to me. But here's the thing. The far and away vast majority, Grumpy Game Dev, are not in that category. The far and away vast majority are 24 to 50 who watch my stuff. But it's weighted on the younger end on that one. So it's like, we're talking like percentages of percentages when it comes to the high and low end, but most people can drink and drive, not at the same time. Legally drink and also legally drive who watch my streams. Around the world. Stuck in the middle with Twitch chat, I suppose. Could also just manually pump this for a bit. See how that goes. Okay, that's kind of funny. All these got canceled. Because it got too shallow. But now they're all getting reassigned. Sand, sand, sand. See, if I was, like, properly prepped for this, I'd have all my sand management done already, but I don't. When I actually run, like, glass setups properly, I'll do all of the orders specifically through here for each workshop, and then have a bunch of non-lava workshops and set them up as just sand collection spots. What is collapsing on the surface? That. Yeah, you just have to go into your settings or into your analytics. Most websites do. You got a Dingo Man mercenary in your fort and he died of old age the next year. Yeah, aging does that to you. No, terms of service for Twitch is 14. You have to at least be 14 years old to make a Twitch account. Although parents can make their kids' Twitch accounts. Just, you know, don't say anything. But I'll say this. I'm generally labeled as a 18 plus stream. So if you are below the age of 18 and watching my stream, don't tell me or I technically have to ban you. Lava versus ice versus water. Yeah. Constantly. Although I'll say this, I'm totally fine with having an older audience because it's like minimum chance I'll get in trouble for anything stupid. Darren, you have a good week. I presume that's a happy holidays, goodbye, see ya when the holidays are over and I come out of the haze of, I don't know, what did people do for the holidays? Turkey and gift giving and rum cake and eggnog. Enjoy it. Rum cake is probably the one, like, deep cut that nobody does. All right, I'm going to see if I can... Because this isn't Untamed Wilds. I'm too used to Untamed Wilds. I can actually do shit on the surface. I'm going to see if I can get a little set, I guess is the word I'll use, of windmills up there. Because water power is going to be a pain in the ass. I like how you can submit formal requests of like Christmas gifts to management now. Like that's how holiday gifts work. As long as they're not on fire, they don't care. No, temperature is something that people concern themselves about a bit too much, I presume because of the way other games treat temperature. It is possible to generate a world that's so hot that dwarves spontaneously combust, and dwarves aren't generally a fan of that, although it's not that the dwarves don't like it, the dwarves are fine with it. It's the players who play the game who don't like the fact that their dwarves spontaneously combust and then they can't play the video game that don't like it. Yeah, assuming their skin isn't melting off their bones, they're fine. No, but their fat can. Skin catches fire, fat melts. Which is just one of the most disturbing distinctions that has to be made about a video game and a video game. Have improv pot pie. Does it make bad jokes at you, and do the points not matter? What's the heck's an improv pot pie? Only 28 drinks? That's fine. Have you... I guess you just got here. I've been hovering around that number since I got here. It's fine. We got plenty. The ingredients don't matter. Right. See, this is why I have an aging audience, is because they understand what I'm referencing. I can sit here and talk, like, reference whose line is it anyways and not get blank stares from 12-year-olds. It's nice. Take a large bowl, line with tortilla. Man. Sure. Add a can of soup, top with tortilla torn to fit in bowl in a solid piece. Microwave? Wow, no thanks. Okay, no. Needs at least 3 more ingredients. Too few ingredients. 1 out of 10. I could absolutely turn off the note. You can absolutely filter the notification sounds, little man. I'm not calling you little. That's just your name. But if you go into the announcements section, I don't want to filter them because I want to know when it's happening. Whose line was it anyway? I don't think I've ever referred to it. Whose line was it anyway? I don't think I've ever referred to that in a past tense. Maybe I should do that now, though. Okay, so up here is where I'm going to try and make some water, or not water power, wind power, should I say, again. But first I need to find out how much power this actually needs. 60, that's nothing. Like 3 windmills. Whose line done it anyway? True. Yeah, that's the better question. Who done did the line anyway? Let's go over here. Go to military. You. A little cramped in these, but I don't think the mayor will mind too much. And then you can have that. And I will increase the size of this room so that you're less unsatisfied with it. Not happy yet. What do you still need? You need a secondary chest. Well, let's throw one up in here. I'll engrave some of the floors to make you satisfied. It's been a long time since I've watched that show. Chat? Forming an orderly queue? That's like asking chat to count to 10 without, like, any doubles or skips. It's, like, not possible. You're really, like, pushing your luck with that one, Napalm. We're not British. Are you, though? Some of you might be. I think the YouTube chat has an advantage in this challenge. See, Ilmirin just had to show up and ruin it. All right, guys, start over. I do think YouTube chat has the advantage as there's way less people. Maybe this is how we should give out dwarves randomly. Is just, okay, which chat room can successfully count to 10? And then I'll pick somebody. And just chaos ensues. Like, even YouTube can't do it. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6. No! Exactly, right? very funny. Dough is the correct response to that. And it's certainly no pocket full of sun, let me tell you. The lava's really doing its overflowing thing. Okay, let's go around the edge of this. Let's get some furniture. Oops. Into these bedrooms. Or some additional furniture into these bedrooms. An animal handler. That's the only animal handler I has. Has that do well for yous? You're upset after drinking the same old booze. Uh-oh. You gotta solve that. Not enough variety. I see I screwed up your name. Was suffering from hand in wrong place on keyboard syndrome. It's a horrible disease. He is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. He doesn't handle stress well. He thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He likes to brawl, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. I think I read that right. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He tends to not reveal personal information. He likes a little excitement now and then. Prefers that everyone lives harmoniously as possible, and he enjoys the company of others. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He is getting used to tragedy. I'm getting used to the frame rate stuttering. And he is personally put off by trade and commerce and values family and respects power and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Dreams of creating a great wake of oit. A great wake of oit. He likes granite, lead, and veracite and mongoose leather. The color vermilion, beds, figurines, and cows for their haunting moos. And giant green tree frogs for their distinct mating call. Sure. I know exactly what he means. They get real fucking loud once a year. And when possible, prefers to consume elk, apple cider, and dwarven wheat flour, and grapes, and absolutely hates flies. And you have a pet so you monster! You also have some friends. And you're a member of the Creative Treasuries. Oh, did Twitch successfully count to 10? Isn't there a dwarves like cicadas for something? I'm pretty sure there's a reason why dwarves like cicadas. I like the sound of cicadas because I don't have to hear them all the time. I feel like I would hate the sound of cicadas if I had to hear them all the time. Like, not having to hear them all the time, they're fine. They're not that bad. Cicadas are deafening? Oh, no, totally. I'm aware of how loud they are. Let's go all the way down to there. Yeah. Let's go. Granite mech. Your mech. And now we find out, can I actually build the thing that I kind of need to build? But first I will need to put flooring down. The reason I need to put flooring down is, well, I don't need to put it down everywhere, but I will for consistency. The ice areas will freeze. I'm also going to need to build in an overhang on this. I will have to channel underneath this, so I stop stuff from being able to get in, basically. You did, in fact, prove me wrong. I don't believe I said I could. I'd have to go back in the VOD to see exactly what I said, but I don't believe I said you couldn't. I said that is like, basically, very difficult task. All right, YouTube chat. I'll follow through. Who gets a dwarf? And then down here, I will go from there up to there. But there's nowhere for them to stand, so I have to do this. So CESC 342 is getting Zdorf. You know, the way we could do this is the person who gets 10 gets to pick. But what kind of dwarf would you like, friend? Would you like a male dwarf or a lady dwarf? And do you have a preference of job? It depends on the job, though. Guys, we can do it. Well, I mean, who got 10? Snail. Pick somebody. I'm just working through YouTube chat currently. Let's do a smith. I got pump operators, which is the closest things to smith. Oh, no, I got a weaponsmith. Well, it depends on if you want a boy dwarf or a lady dwarf. If you're okay with a lady dwarf, we could do a weaponsmith. Otherwise, it would be a pump operator, probably. Or not pump operator, furnace operator. That's the word I'm looking for. Well, Snail, what I meant was pick somebody in chat to get a dwarf, because you already have a snail. Named Snail. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, sorry. Wasn't clear. But let's do the weaponsmith then. Does this work for you? CESC? This dwarf is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort, desires little for herself in the way of possessions, and is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments. Generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and is quite ambitious. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she is often envious of others, often discouraged and brave in the face of imminent danger, does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Occasionally overindulges and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Mini Monster, what kind of dwarf would you like? If you have any preferences. Dreams of creating a masterwork someday, and personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals. Disregards tradition and dreams of, well, that thing I already read. Likes earthenware, rose gold, Carillion, and puffin leather. Bucklers, guinea fowls for their social nature. Boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics. And pigtails for their twisting stalks. And the words of the saffron droplets and the sight of the desserts of singing, and when possible, prefers to consume carrot plants, soft wheat, beer, and absolutely hates hamsters. I'm actually starting to run low on alcohol, so I'm kind of mildly curious as to what the heck's going on over there. Whatever. And now we gotta name another dwarf. You like a clother. I've got one who's already named, so I don't really have any clothers. I got crafts dwarfs. Most of them are ladies. I got a leather worker. Do this work for you? If leather worker worky for you, then we can do that. Although he's unfortunately having to drink water right now. Mini Monster is a leather worker who's killed 5 creatures of hood works in the Cobalt Forest and 5 humans in Glade armors. Previous military person of note. Has a lover who doesn't live here and never feels tempted to overindulge in anything except for murder, apparently. And you may actually be in an ad, so hold on. Are you in an ad, Mini Monster? If you're not, I will keep reading. Otherwise, I will wait. You are not in an ad then, because you heard me say that. Is slow to anger and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Is troubled by this because he often feels discouraged. He likes to brawl and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and is swayed by emotional appeals. He has an active imagination and he talks to inanimate objects when he's trying to remember something. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. So many people have been gifted Sub's hot cup of tea. That's great. Personally values merrymaking, parties, and values romance, and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. Sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and wants to make a masterwork. Rose gold, yellow sespertine, crystal glass, slug leather, four-sided prisms, and quivers ettins for their arguing heads and the sight of the mirth of lyrics. Impossible prefers to consume river otter, black bullhead, and cherry wine, and buckwheat flour, and can't stand moon snails. Welcome to the fort. There we go. Everybody name did. And I just need to work on this. Because now that's constructed, and it do go up to here. We just need that to get removed. And then up here, this is all getting constructed. Merchants have arrived and are unloading their goods. I'm just going to wait until this is constructed enough that I can place one windmill. Because that's going to show us whether or not this is even going to work. Is literally you? Well, I'm glad he literally you IRL. Okay, let's see if that has power. Because I want this to be more or less done when I'm done trading. Let's set you to F7. Because it might have power this far into the rock, it may not. If it doesn't, then we'll have to go left. So I'm going to plunk a couple of these down and we'll see. All right. And then down through here. If I do this, that'll allow them to go from here up to here. Pumpkin pie filling? Ooh. I love me a pumpkin pie. Pumpkin pies are tasty. A+ as far as I'm concerned. Got just a bin of finished goods. Let me actually just sell this bin of finished goods. Yeah, that'll do. So let's bring that. Oopsies. I don't have any totems. What else do I have? Small bronze gauntlets. Various other items. Clothing items mostly. Bunch of bone. Could sell these corkscrews and tubes. Maybe save one. Could also sell gems. It's got a ton of those. Let's sell those. Sell the tanzanites. And the citrines. We'll do those. Just a mug of filling. Honestly, I could do a mug of like filling. That sounds pretty good. I could fuck with that. That sounds pretty nice. Why is there a water buffalo cow in my fort? Who let that in? Let's eat it. Now we gotta wait for our broker to get over here after broker done eating. Also looks like broker's missing a shirt, which is awkward and unfortunate. That can get deconstructed. So is there a particular reason you are running around with no shirt on? Is it because you need a shirt real bad? Okay, so it's all just tunics then, eh? I can make coats and cloaks, but it's a mountain goat fighting with a dog. Hopefully the dog wins. Broker rolls up shirtless. Hey, maybe prices will go down. Maybe they'll give us a deal. Brought pig iron. Okay. Buys the wood. Brought sugar. Just buying bags because bags are annoying to make. But those are way too expensive for bags. Spore tree crown. Buy a steel anvil. Because I haven't found any iron yet. I think there's iron on the map, but... Let's buy some extra food stuff. Buy some extra berry stuff. All right, that's plenty. Do the trading. Get that done. Let's go up to here. Toss those 2 KVs up to here. Or the one that I saw starving a second ago. Okay, why'd you get suspended? How dare you? Okay, so no, this doesn't produce power. It's too close to the edge. Or it's underground, technically. So we gotta deconstruct that. And now I get to add on to this and we'll find out. If I add on to you, will you produce power? I don't need that many. I only need like 3, but that one's too close, unfortunately. Maybe if me buy shiny wheel, me get pretty... That's very much like donkey brain running. At maximum stupidity, so... You never know. While we're here... Is that what that is? Yeah, I don't know. I've seen very little Family Guy in my life. Kind of intentionally. I never found it to be particularly funny. It had its moments, but... I enjoyed Futurama quite a bit more. I never really got into The Simpsons, oddly enough. I think I'm too young for The Simpsons in a lot of ways, because I never had TV, so... Just wasn't something that was on close to me in any way. Okay, well that got canceled somehow. Now would be a real bad time for us to get attacked by something. Why do you keep canceling that? Oh, it's because this all got canceled. That'd be why. It's like, why you no finished job? Oh, there's nowhere to put it. Right. And then up to here, once all that's done, then we can construct this. Broker uses gun show to improve. Hey, you know, if it improves the value of the trade, I'm all for it, okay? We're all about industry here. Doesn't matter what industry. But we are fond of it. We're also fond of drink, so honestly, if we're fond of both drink and industry, I feel like the dwarves would be all for this. What's the coolest forgotten beast you had to deal with? Ball of snow. Next question. I personally am fond of the giant chicken. It was a giant, like, bird, basically, that had one eye and it breathed fire. So we called it a shitty dragon. And it was particularly noteworthy, not because it was fun to fight or anything, but because I had no military at the time and was, like, not great at the game at the time because this was a long time ago. And then one day, I had this dumb idea, which was, well, why don't, if I need this thing gone, why don't I just allow, like, put a public tavern on the surface or something and just allow visitors to come deal with it for me? So I did that. I allowed visitors to come to the surface and deal with it for me, but instead of, you know, getting soldiers, I just started getting bards. So what happened was these bards would just show up and then immediately die. And so I just let that run, and I was like, well, this is great. Eventually, everybody's just going to horribly die. But the beauty of it was what finally did the creature in wasn't a soldier. It was some elven bard that got set on fire, and then it threw a book that it had in its hand at the creature, and it collided with its one eyeball and melted its brain with the book that was on fire. So that was pretty cool. I'm not going to say it was like, you know, a skillful fight that I did, but it was just funny and memorable. Did I ever play it? Yep. I finished it with a lot of cheating in roughly 2009. And then started playing Dwarf Fortress afterwards. I think most of my enjoyment of that game, though, is very much rose-tinted glasses. I don't think that game ages particularly well. I think there's a lot of roguelikes, especially now in a world where Caves of Cud exists, that are significantly better than it. I think that it was very much somebody's first game, and it was very much somebody's hobby project. And I think that if you try and play it now, that shows. But for the time, it was a very interesting, unique thing. But that's what it was, specifically for the time. I think people that put it on a pedestal now are a bit misguided. Oh no. You claim to be frozen. Does that mean you're not going to work? Curious. No. Not unless I remove all the supports for it, but there's plenty of support. Stuff doesn't have structural integrity in Dwarf Fortress. So no. No, it will not eventually collapse. No, instead of doing that, let's just smooth this. I'm just trying to build a thing to keep baddies off of it. I mean, flying creatures could still get in, but... So it claims that they are generating power, so... We will see. But them being frozen makes me concerned that they're not going to. Huh. We have a vampire in the fort. Well, ain't that interesting? I haven't had a vampire in forever. Like, it's been a really long time. So Dominok, Bim, is my tavern keeper, who's now going to become the captain of the guard, I think. I wonder. Hold on. Let me just sort by... Actually, let's just skim for a second. Let's take a wild guess. Kick roast. Sad after somebody's death. That's probably not you. There's also always the classic of check the mayor. But I don't think that's the case because this mayor's been here for a while. I mean, we'll have to do some sleuthing around, methinks. We will have to do some sleuthing. So I need a office for my captain of the guard. I really like the way these little offices turned out, even though they don't totally satisfy their needs. Like, that's a little bit small right there, but I do really like the way they look. So I'm thinking I'll make a slightly bigger one over here as the captain of the guard's office. But we'll work on that slowly-ish while I try to get this stuff set up. Because lava's going to suddenly start pouring into here, which, you know, it'll be fine, right? That'll totally be fine. Yeah, you know what? We'll leave that as is. That looks okay. Says here the strand extractor's linking it. And all of a sudden, this becomes a detective game. I mean, I love vampires. Like, they are very fun, and it's been a long time since I've had them, or had one in a fort. It's just kind of a shame that it killed one of my adventurers. Like, that sucks. Why are you taking this route? Is this really more efficient? Having a hard time believing that this is more efficient, but... Yep. Well, do you remember how earlier I was just like, well, suddenly this is going to start filling up with lava? Well, it's happening. Good news is, the power works. Did one of the snailmen die? No, one of the leopard people did. But you know, we're now getting that hot fort look. becoming part of Hot Fort Summer. We just need to finish getting this linked. Yeah. Something collapsed on the surface. Well, thankfully it didn't collapse in the fortress, you know? Alright, these can all just get deconstructed. We don't need this no more. Who's, Lincoln building? That's what we need. Kinda need that. It's kind of important. You know? Kind of important. Kinda gotta do that soon. They have Ichor, I think. Man, I can't believe that this is the most efficient route for this. But I'll believe you, Dwarf. Come on. I have maximum faith. Currently, I hope. Come on, please. Can you even... Okay, I guess if you walk all the way around this. Watch this dwarf, like, turn around and then go all the way back and around. Currently, they still can, but soon they won't be able to. Now, let's dig this out. Come on, Sezier. So, Eshan glazed sieges, this dwarf found the body. Actually, you know what? Screw it. I will interrogate the two dwarves named that. Because my captain of the guard needs an office, and in order to do interrogations, so I will just make their office right here. I also need a prison, but we'll get to that when we get to that. But yeah, I love the point where Dwarf Fortress becomes a detective game. This is going to be a bit of a problem, though. Right over here, this. So what I think... Yeah, because this is still down in here. Is this connected to a lever? Yes, it is. I will pull that. I'll let them flood this, but not down into here. We'll have to access all this separate. I'll have to make another... Well, actually, no, we kind of have another access point, which is down through here. So what I'll have to do, actually, is just block this off right here. Oh, never mind. They have no way of getting up and down through there. Because they can get up through here, but they can't get out. So this needs to be fixed. So what I'm going to have to do... Could dig into here, this way. Let's do it this way. Oh boy. Well, at least the fort's starting to look kind of clean, aside from all of the stuff that's in the entry hallway still. Okay, now that that's done, let's go down into here and plunk that into there. And then this can just get pulled again. And I'm going to need access to here, this side. So what I think I'm going to do for right now is just build a stair. That'll be the easiest way to do that. And also, let's just throw a stockpile right here for gems so that we can get those amethysts out of there. He's not purple. You're colorblind, GB. Also, something being purple would just mean that they're a necromancer. So unless somebody, like, you know, gets accused of the crime and it gets found out, the vampire would then become red. So no, it is not that dwarf. Because that dwarf is not purple. Let's see how this interrogation goes. Appealed to the subject's appealed to the subject's belief in harmony. No new information was revealed. Also, always make your captain of the guard a okay, nothing new was. Oh, okay. Well, that one he misinterpreted facts in the case in order to elicit information. Subject naively complied. So 2 successful interrogations. It's neither of them. So now we gotta see who looks sus. I mean, am I going crazy or have you not? I think I just found our vampire chat. Because this dwarf doesn't look 20. But he did see a dwarf die. And if I look at his thoughts, recent and non-recent, I don't see anything about drinking alcohol. Oh wait, no, he didn't feel anything due to inebriation. He may have been. Okay, I'm gonna interrogate this dwarf because if I look at his recent thoughts, where is it? Seeing Toasted's dead body. Oh, maybe seeing Toasted's dead body. Maybe not die. Okay, it's possibly not this dwarf. But he didn't feel anything after seeing the leopard woman die. I do need to interrogate this person. You'll have a talk with him? Alrighty. Now the question is, what the fuck do I do with him? I'll have to figure something out. I did think that this dwarf looked mighty old when he first arrived. Subject had a trusting nature and agreed. No new information was revealed. Really now? It's not the captain of the guard, is it? Like, wouldn't that be funny? Dominok did it. Yeah? Or was he annoyed after not having a cup to drink with? I didn't see that. That's not you. The paranoia will consume him. Possibly. I don't know about consume me, but...
Oh hey, my resub finally registered, I think.
There you go, Butch. Thanks for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, mate. This gonna be the beginnings of my forge. Is what this is going to be. But thank you very much for the 3rd month, Butch. Welcome back, dude. Oh, I know. I know, Man Devil. Trust me, I've caught more vampires than probably most people. I just like trying to eyeball for them initially before I really try to find them. I mean, the easiest way to find vampires is to make everybody sleep in the same room and wait for somebody to get eaten. Or knock down all the walls. Because then there'll be like a trillion witnesses when the next murder happens. Or just lock everybody in a room and wait until everybody gets thirsty and then spot the one who isn't thirsty. But yeah, no, I should just go through and check the legendaries. Alright, yeah, it should be done. Because I can just do that. But the way I like to do it is to, like, interrogate the correct person, right? Like, there's a kick roast right here, right? Who's a legendary siege operator, who's 137 years old. Could be this one, right? But, like, euphoric due to inebriations. Unlikely. Right? Like, that's the giveaway, is if they've been drinking. But it still could be them. Like this one, who's an administrator, who's a legendary organizer. Like, that's sus as fuck. But also has been drinking. So I doubt it's you. Also didn't see anybody die. Could also be my mayor. Probably not. But could be. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for Butch Cats? Keeping that sub alive for 3 months. I'm going to interrogate my mayor, I think. Even though it may or may not be him. Is currently conducting meetings. The main thing that I'm looking at is that it doesn't say anything about sleeping. And also, let's check this. Tests toads. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything in them anymore. The thing is, I do have this whole tavern keeper situation, right? So, vampire could also be getting fed. No, what you want the captain of the guard to have is you want the captain of the guard to have judge of intent, intimidation, and then negotiation, basically. Like, you want them to be able to negotiate successfully. And, you want social skills. So you want persuading, negotiating, lying, intimidating, conversationalist. You want judge of intent. You want counselor. This dwarf, I left as a tavern keeper for a bit because tavern keeper is the, first job that they get given, basically. Also I could also just, like, interrogate anybody who's legendary. Which might not be a bad route to go. Well, it's probably not but there's a Gorlak on the map? Well, there was. Enjoy the lurks. I don't have a huge amount of time left. I gotta bake cookies soon. And also gotta head over to my parents' house as well. I have a ride coming to get me at 3 o'clock. Also, we have some more migrants. That'll probably get us up to 100 dwarfs. I would just really like to see what this comes up with. It does, in fact, train skills. I've done the science. I interrogated about 30 giant crabs once. None of them were convicted of the crimes that they committed, though, unfortunately. Ah. So it may have been the mayor. Merry Christmas Eve, I suppose, then. From Canada, Anander. There's also a bunch of strange moods happening. Works furiously, which is using tetrahedrite, alpaca wool, rough black zircons, billion bars, and rough amethysts. One of my favorite discoveries for a vampire ever. I think I've probably told this story before, but I had a dwarf kill somebody, then walk into the tavern, and I just opened up this screen, or the whatever screen it was at the time. I can't remember what version it was. And I saw a dwarf telling a story. I was like, oh, I wonder what story they're telling. And I clicked and it said, the dwarf so-and-so killed, the dwarf vampire so-and-so, their name, killed so-and-so, was the story that was being told. Literally, like, this vampire went and ate somebody and then immediately went and bragged about it. Genuinely one of the greatest things I've ever seen in this video game. Busy day, I presume? Anander? Hey, at the very least, Pidicado, you can build walls on floors now. It's better than it used to be, but yeah, no, it could always be better. Subject complied, no new information. I thought you weren't a vampire, but let's go interrogate Zulban, the spear dwarf. He'll be far away. There's a lot of dwarves that are constantly getting insulted. It's always interesting how that happens sometimes. It's always interesting. It's 12:09 a.m. Well, good morning. By that logic. I'm kind of pleasantly surprised that this is all working. This lava flow fill project. I'm quite pleasantly surprised that it's actually working. And Kosoth, the engraver, has created Sidlaz, a tetrahedrite ring, and claims it as a family heirloom. Oh, really now? Do you? You think you get to keep that? Well, that's adorable. I should maybe I will actually do the thing that I always say I'm going to do and then never do. Wow, that's an expensive ring. This is a tetrahedrite ring. All craftsware ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with a single cut black zircons and round amethyst cabochons. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in tetrahedrite. On the item is an image of cubic skinny bands, the troll in amethyst. Kusik skinny bands is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the troll. Kusek skinny bands in the Finger of Oracles in 23. I think I'm going to make a artifact hall, sort of. It's 3 tall, 3 wide. Yep. And this can be the artifact hall. And it can just be connected to this. Although maybe I could make it smaller so that it's the same size, but I don't know. Kind of okay with it being a little bigger. So then I can do this. And this I will put a lever in and bars. Throw it into lava to humble them? Nah. Now dwarves are too greedy. I mean, it would be better. It would be more dwarfish or dwarf-like, I guess, to throw the dwarf into the lava and then claim the artifact for yourself. I would see dwarves doing that first. Nope, not really. They are indestructible, as in they are not toppleable, but you can destroy them. They pop up as lost in Legends, and sometimes reappear in adventure mode, but they can be lost and destroyed in fortress mode. So are they indestructible as in like they can't burn if they catch fire? Certainly. But can they be destroyed? Yes. It's kind of a misnomer. People presume things are stronger than they actually are, but, you know, it is what it is. Then this goes all the way up to here. And then let's go one tile underneath. And that should be fine. Oh, I was hoping somebody else would get eaten. Some object complied, no new information. Yeah, nothing else has come up. Do you have any more strangely legendary dwarves? Just gonna start interviewing other people. Another interview is scheduled with the mayor. Let's interview you. I don't trust this administrator. I kind of trust the mayor less than the administrator, but yeah, the administrator is definitely suspect. But then again, I never trust the mayor. Never trust a politician, chat. Just good advice. But also vote Gremlin. Well, Gremlin isn't a politician. Gremlin is a way of life. Okay? Well, here's the thing. Like, very skilled soldiers often become administrators, and that character is a skilled soldier. But, yeah, I mean, it could certainly be him. But we got a few more people that we gotta work through first. Besides, Captain of the Guard needs a nappy boo. It's nap time. Which is alright. It gives me an opportunity to get this dining hall up and running. For the old captain. Also, apparently Dominoc's, trying to decide where I should put the prison. I was kind of thinking that, like, down here would be a cool spot for the prison. But now that I'm looking at it a little closer, I don't know. I don't know. Golgotha Mutt, by the way, what's up? How you been? Uh-oh. Stuff be collapsing. Let's go plop that in. 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 You're going to get pulled after you're linked up to this. You can all be gremlin. I mean, I'm not going to say anything because that would require promising. And the one thing gremlin taught me was never promise. And stuff continues to cave in. Wagon toppled? Yo! My wagon got destroyed, chat. The volcano. It killed my wagon. Rest in peace, poor wagon. You didn't deserve it, but you got it. So right here. Okay, so I got to go up to here, and I'm gonna put the primordial cloud stuffs onto these. So let's go cloud, primordial cloud stuff. Not the one that the captain of the guard is wearing, which would be you. So I'm just gonna go to you real quick. And forbid this one, because I don't think I can name them. And then let's just make sure that this is the right one. So those will get placed, and then the other thing is the ring. This thing. Volcano erupted? Yeah, because I made it erupt. I reclaimed this location with the intent of hoping it would erupt, and it did, and I'm very happy it did. It would have kind of sucked if I, tried to do that and it didn't work. Yeah, it was one of the hopes for this fortress upon building it was that it would erupt, and it did. Which has led to some absolutely absurd obsidian formations and like these giant shelves of obsidian. Like this is one of the coolest. I'm not saying that just because it's a glacier, okay? This is genuinely one of the coolest looking maps I've ever ended up playing on. Butch Cats, what kind of dwarf would you like? You want to be the mayor, okay. You don't think your bedroom is fine enough, by the way. Could be considered rude, is grateful when others help her out, tries to return favors, tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. It's not a mayor because she's sleeping, right? Mayors can't sleep. So it wouldn't be the mayor. She tries to make a mess with her own possessions. She tends to hang on to grievances and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. Is conflicted by this as she values parties of mayor making in the abstract, often feels discouraged, tends to consider what others think of her, and tends to present herself modestly, often feels envious of others, and has little interest in joking around, has a sense of duty, and is moved by art and natural beauty. Is torn by this since she sees the whole pursuit of art as a waste, and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Her tongue sticks out when she's trying to remember something, and she stiffens up when she's surprised. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees the concealment of emotions as a betrayal and tries her best to never associate with such secretive fools. And she doesn't respect a society that's settled into harmony without debate and strife and finds artwork boring. She likes Billin and Tanzanite and the color auburn. Backpacks and statues and cougar eels for their long bodies. And the sight of the mirth of lyrics of impossible prefers to consume. Parsnip wine and can't stand toads. You have several children who don't live here and a lover who doesn't live here. And you have no friends in the fort, just pantsing acquaintances. And you're a former member of the Golden Order. Who is vampire? No idea. We don't know. Working on it. I can tell you who it's not. That's basically it. Do I not have interrogations scheduled? Yeah, we got interviews scheduled. Why are you putting items in a stockpile? It's very silly. All right, we now have an artifact hold, which I can work on as time goes by. And the creative treasuries, they heard I was making an artifact hold, and they're like, ah! Our time has come at last! Your guess is still the administrator. It's possible. Certainly possible. So that's going to be my treasure hold for right now. I hope you guys approve. It's got vertical bill and bars in the way of it. Just cancel that job and go do the thing that I need you to do, which is, you know, the talking to people. Hey, chat. Investments are open. Should have asked for vampire. I mean, I can't guarantee you the vampire. And I wouldn't even if you did. So if you came in and you were just like, I want the vampire, I'll be like, no, I won't give it to you. I will refund it to you and give it to the next person because I have no idea who the vampire is. So I'm not going to ask people to be that specific. I'm not, or rather, I don't really allow people to be that specific because sniping legendary figures kind of sucks. Like, end up as a legendary figure. Don't snipe the legendary figure. My stockpile got destroyed. We're capping of a card. I've been allowing since we started this fort. It was just the last fort that only lasted 2 days that I didn't. Can I interrogate your dwarf just because? Maybe once we find the actual criminal. Okay, so we are interrogating the mayor again, but it's fine. Like, this is still decent social skills trainings. Training for social skills, rather. How does this work? We tell the captain of the guard to interrogate people, and when they find the criminal, then we can arrest them. We can convict them once they admit it. But you can't convict them until they admit it. It's probably not this dwarf. But also, it gives us more training for everybody we interrogate. Should also make more mugs. Let's just make 30. Make a ton. Master conversationalist, expert intimidator. Damn. You've got quite the speech skills, man. It's just interrogating people with legendary skills, but you're a miner, so... No, because the vampire can only eat people who are sleeping. I've struck Sapphire? Oh, that's always fun. But people can convince the captain of the guard to turn on their own faction while being interrogated, which is also kind of funny. I don't trust this dwarf. But you're euphoric due to inebriation, so I doubt it's you. It's also probably not you. But I also don't trust this dwarf. I don't trust any of these dwarves right now, turns out. Funny how that works. It's like the only actor I have in this crime plot is Eshton. Because they found the body. But... we're now interrogating that administrator. This is the administrator, Tun. Well, maybe could be it. It's possible, but I don't know. I'm not that suspicious of this guy, although the legendary organizer is a bit sus. Schemer skill during interrogation? Well, I mean, anybody can gain schemer skill if they are actively scheming, so sure. I mean, it's not that uncommon that cops end up in positions of power. Oh, man. Sorry, I just discovered that, it turns out In Flames is coming to Vancouver, and I need to go see them again. He was too afraid to not comply, so it is not the administrator. You can also just repeatedly interrogate ducks to train your interrogation skills. Chat room, this is a plot line that we may have to figure out on the next stream. Because I've been live now for 5.5 hours total. And I have to, this would be my 6th time if I do see them again. I have to do holiday things today, believe it or not. I know this may be a surprise to, why is there no power? Oh, because they turned it off. They can turn it back on now. So because I, have to do holiday things, I'm going to call it. But don't run off because we are going to go raid somebody. YouTube chat, I'm shutting you down now. If you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will be live tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific here on Twitch, 10 a.m. Pacific on YouTube.